Want to know how to create awesome?
Hey, guys. It is me. I'm just opening up my live now. I didn't tell many people I was coming live. I kind of posted it in Monty's chat that I was going to be doing this. If anyone wanted to join, because we just left Monty's chat not that long ago. And some interesting things that came up tonight that I thought we could discuss, and hoping to get a panel going, which would be awesome. So I'm just waiting on that and setting it all up, getting it all together. Yes. And the link is on the side chat for anyone that is interested in coming up and speaking. So that is what we're going to do. So if anyone is in the chat and can hear me, let me know. Say hello, something, anything that would be cool. In the meantime, I will be playing some music just to get everybody in here, get them some time to get in here, blah 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 and all that. All right, so yeah, we don't care about the commercials. Okay. Well, looks like it's going to be me for a little bit as I'm waiting on people to come in. So it's been an interesting day. On a personal note, interesting day. Went back to work today after we had a huge, long COVID scare at my job, and our place was closed for 10 days, and I haven't been at work. So today's my first day back, which was great. Um, let's see. And then I got home and found out some discerning news about my mother, which, I'm just grateful that everything is okay. But my mom seemed to have she had to have some surgery done. She took a recent fall and broke her hip and had to have a hip replacement, partial hip replacement surgery. And yeah, it puts things into perspective. Kind of was a little upset about that for a little while. And then, then you get on the internets and you catch up with what's going on. And it's the same old stuff. So apparently today, Chantal has come back to the YouTubes, but not before she didn't start griping on community posts about this, that, and the other thing. And what's her favorite subject to talk about these days is, drum roll please, the panels of the reaction channels. And here we go again. So she didn't have much to say after that, ranting, raving, going on about this, that, and the other thing, focusing mostly on FFG this time, and then shooting into, of course, Monty and everybody else, all of us insignificant people in the world that have an opinion about her. And then all of a sudden we hear at the door, and then she goes, incognito, goodbye. And now we have let's see if I can, yeah, why not? Hey, Leanie, welcome, welcome. Was just about setting up and telling everybody how things transpired. So let's look at somebody's community page, shall we? I'm just going to pull this up, give you a little synopsis on this one and what she has to say. Yeah, okay, so okay. Oh, okay. So here it is. Hey guys, the internet is a bit much for me right now. I'm going to block and keep certain jerks blocked for good. Also, the Natter chapter of my life will never ever be spoken of again. Bullshit! Online, no matter the outcome. This is something very stressful and legal I am dealing with, and I will be keeping it all offline. Any mentions will be deleted and repeated comments will be blocked. Same for comments. I owe you nothing when it comes to my personal life. See you when I return soon. I mean, where were the kisses and hugs at the end of this, Chantal? So, one can only speculate that this little someone's knocking at the door, somebody's ringing a bell, had to be somebody in the authorities and told Miss Serault over here that she needs to shut it or quit her shenanigans, which we all know that this is what Chantel is good for, is her shenanigans with a certain person back in Gatineau that she's not supposed to be saying. So that's where we are in that universe. So, we as the community do what we always do collectively. We go to our favorite reaction channels and we express our opinion. And these days, this happens to be something that rattles Miss Searle's chains, because she seems to think that that should not be the case, that this is her work and she has, she does not appreciate anyone sniping her. She doesn't appreciate the fact that people are using her content as the way to gain monetary um, for themselves. And she expresses that on a constant. And I feel like it's becoming an epidemic. So we all know that Natter has already expressed his same his disdain, shall we, for the same problem that Foodie seems to have. Is they all think that this is stealing content, this is, giving other channels money, and that it's taking money out of their pockets when they are so wrong it can't even be proven, because the both of them put their heads together. They still have the IQ of a gnat. Um, and it seems like other people are coming out of the woodwork as well, and having some things to say about this whole thing. So, again, lately for me, it's becoming a little bit more tense to come into these chats and to get up on panel and to speak, because it seems like we're always now on some kind of a watch, whether it's the Foodie Beauty, whether it's Natter, whether it's other channels or the community, or just random trolls that come from the other communities. And I was feeling it tonight, I can tell you that much. And I think some of the others were feeling it tonight. Um, there was just a very strange, I don't know, kind of just vibe going on in Monty's chat tonight. And it kind of inspired me to put together this little live I'm having right now. So, was hoping that we can get some people up here and have them share their opinions about the whole thing. But until then, I'm just going to sit here and rant. Leanie, what did you think about tonight's chat? How did you feel about it, if you're still there? And anybody else that's in the chat and wants to speak? Hey, Clark, what's going on, sweetheart? Welcome, welcome, welcome. So, subject that we're having tonight is just the general popularity and, unfortunately, kind of villainizing of the panels, and kind of like what's going on around them, like seeing more trolls coming around and having more people come in and hi, hey, puppy breath, thank you. And it's kind of giving off, I don't know, this like uncomfortable vibe for me in Monty's chat tonight, at least for me up on panel. Oh, did it? When I hopped off? Okay, Clark. Yeah, I was getting uncomfortable up until the point. Listen, I'm all about joking around and making fun and, having a good laugh about things. And then there are certain things that I think sometimes people don't realize that they're playing into the hands of the ones that are complaining. Do you know what I mean by that? It's like she's always saying that we as a community, we fat shame her and we insult her and we call her names, and generally on a regular night, we are we're pretty good about just having general dialogue and really intelligent conversations. And I was really interested in a particular person on panel tonight that came in, and unfortunately, she was interrupted many, many times. Shelby, I think her name is. I did ask her if she would like to come in on my channel. She's more than welcome to, and I would love to have her up here. Hey, Sunkissed Erica, welcome, welcome. Clark says there was a little dip here. Hang on. I'm sorry. Comments are just not coming in as fast. There we go. There was a little dip here and there for me tonight. I don't know how to elaborate that, but I guess that's a normal moment where I can agree to disagree without a big blowout. Right. Hey, there's Greebo. So we were just getting into the feeling of the chat tonight. I was kind of prefacing about like the feeling and what was going on in chat, and like how I'm noticing now that there's more trolls coming in, and how, at least for me, I can only speak for myself, that I excused myself from the chat because there was a point where I felt like we were playing right into Chantel's hands by having some of the verbiage that was going on. And I'm going to put the link in again, Greebo, for you on the side so you can come up and give your say into this whole thing. Yeah, I love Greebo. She's just like, yep. All right, there we are. There is the link. So for me, again, like I said, I'm all about, listen, I don't mind having a dip here and there to get comedic, to get, a little lighter on the subject, but it didn't feel, oh yeah, sure, no problem. It didn't feel like that's what was happening. There was a lot of interrupting. There was a lot of, how should I say this without sounding mean? There was a lot of schmoozing going on, a lot of just uncomfortable schmoozing going on. And again, it's just my opinion. I'm not trying to speak for anybody else. I know everybody appreciates different perspectives, different comments, different, you know, ways of looking at things. But I don't know. For me, it was starting to get a little bit more uncomfortable than I normally am. Now I get you, Clark. It was definitely a different vibe. Mama Kimono Games. Hey, Collie, everyone, there was someone to derail things. Yeah, that's the word I wanted to use. Exactly. Definitely was a derailment tonight. And I'm not saying that that doesn't happen because listen, I mean, we're a community, and there's a lot of us. But are you guys noticing that there's a lot more kind of newer people coming into the mix and there's trolls coming more or less? I know we all get trolls. Please, trolls are there all the time, but I don't know. It seems to me they're more apparent. Maybe I'm paying more attention these days because I'm so paranoid about it. But yeah, it's just so, I don't know. So you'll notice up on the screen, I have Foodie Beauty's community, her last community post from almost an hour ago. And it seems to me that something went down. She probably had a visitor that told her maybe she needed to not do what she's been doing and not speak on who she's been speaking on. I don't know. It's the same old with her. But that was the general conversation that was supposed to be going on in Monty's tonight. Yeah, with nefarious intentions. I agree with that. I agree with that definitely. And let's just say it's getting to the point where when we began this with Monty, like it just seems like it was new and it was something that we all felt really comfortable to do. And I know a lot of us in the community feel hesitant about coming up and expressing our opinion. A lot of people feel like they'll be judged or they aren't, which is ridiculous. They're not aesthetically pleasing enough. And this is where I have an issue with when anybody that is a content creator has a disagreement with the fact of what a reaction channel does and what they're there for. The community is very important. Okay, this is the same community that gives the views to the person that is giving the content. If you start shutting down the community, if you start telling the community they don't matter, that their opinion doesn't matter, just sit there, watch, pay me, and shut up, chances are you're not going to have a community for very long. And I'm tired of seeing it happen. And I'm tired of hearing the abusive comments being made. I'm tired of the attacks being made. I'm tired of the discomforts being made because there's some really great people out there. And I said this the other night on my marathon stream, which is still up, that a lot of people are, as they've come on Monty's panel, they're coming out with their own content. They're coming out with their own stories, and it's very inspiring and it's helpful. And I like seeing that because this is how you grow. This is the right way to grow a channel. This is the right way to do things and to feel like you matter. Isn't that what we all want at the end of the day? Is that we want some validation. We want to feel like we have other people that support us in our life because for whatever we go through, whatever we struggle with, or what have you. So for me, when anyone comes around and starts shutting people up in one way or the next by saying, this is my work. And, what a bunch of losers. What a bunch of no ones. What a bunch of just sad people. What a bunch of, yeah, first of all, who are you to judge? I mean, you put your life out there. Okay. You are setting yourself up for any kind of commentary. Okay. If you're going to put it out there, and that includes me, I've dealt with this myself. So we have stray beezers, I think, and they treat Monty like he's Foodie Beauty or Natter, where he's professionalism playing to the awkward glorification. Absolutely. Some of these YouTubers, and they're, Natter is essentially new, but Chantel's been here. Okay. She's been here a couple of years now. You would think that she would get a clue. A lot of these are extensions of these channels. And if you work with them, okay, if you're agreeable with them, it can actually benefit your channel instead of taking away from your channel, as she's complaining it's doing. But what she's doing is she's also sabotaging her own. She is sabotaging her own success. All right, Greebo. Cool. Oh, here she is. Let me put her on. There she is. Hey,
So
Greebo.
everybody knows what I look like. I'm gonna turn my camera off for a minute.
Yay. Yeah, we don't discriminate here.
Sweet. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Hello, Collie.
Hello,
Wow,
darling.
what an interesting day.
Yes, yes. So please, Greebo, the floor is yours. Tell me what you think about this day of ours.
My opinion, I always say that everybody knows, is man, everybody's entitled to their opinion and stuff. And personally, for me, wait, I'm talking about like right now, I'm just talking about in general in the Chantal verse. I don't like to sink to Chantal's level and
Mm-hmm.
be, I don't like to be petty. I don't like to be part of that because that it, that makes me. I don't like to sink to her level. I'll just say
Right,
everybody knows what I'm
right.
talking about, and
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that, and I do agree. I think the trolls are starting to infiltrate, and also there are plenty places to go where you can stand for Chantal, like
Mm-hmm.
be a Chantal stan, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't particularly want to participate in that, if that makes sense.
Right, correct. Exactly. I mean,
Yeah,
Monty gives us a floor, okay? He's not,
yeah,
I mean, some may say that he is maybe biased, and some may say that maybe he's obsessed. And so, I mean, there's so many
no.
different takes on him these days that it blows my
Hmm.
mind. But he gives us that platform. He gives us that
Hmm.
opportunity to discuss these things because we're all going through this together, essentially.
Yeah. And
And
an open conversation, like part of what I learned in college is to
mhm,
be part of a conversation, you need to listen to what the other person's saying and then play off of that. That makes, in my opinion, for an interesting, I'm going to turn my camera on just because it makes for
definitely.
an interesting conversation. I enjoy having a civil discourse, even with somebody that I fundamentally disagree with, if there's a mutual respect, if
Hmm.
show up with your teacup half full. But if you're just waiting for the other person to stop speaking so you can throw your comment out, it doesn't make for an interesting conversation. It makes a bunch of statements made by various people all in the same room. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we all listen. We've done it too. I've done it,
Hmm.
and we all get very passionate in what we
Yeah.
have to say because we're charged up, and we've
Hmm.
been watching her, and she goes on live like 6 times a day on a normal basis.
If you're lucky.
If you're lucky, right? And there's so much to unpack because
Hmm.
there's so many different things. She dives into so much of the most egregious things half the times.
Yeah.
So we all just want to just say basically to the public, like, this is not. how a person should act. I'm not saying that we're sitting on some kind of, general high horse, moral high horse, but it's bottom line. Like, I know some people go to watch her because they find that stuff funny and they want to see her fail. I get it. Okay. And I will admit there is some of it that can be taken as humorous. But when it really starts to get to me is when I see the public abuse. And it's not just, it's the people on her side chat, it's the members, it's the VIBs, it's the non-paying members. She is abusive, bottom line.
It's the monetization of this behavior. She
Right.
has every right to, and I'll say free speech, and I swear to God, if I'm going to play a Chantal, I swear to God, if one person in chat says, it's really like, really, what are you actually going to do? You can't walk down your stairs. But no, when I say free speech, I am well aware of all the amendments. I can actually recite them all as well, the preamble of the Constitution. When I say free speech, I mean as an overall thought process. I'm all for free speech. I'm not for deplatforming Chantal. Let her spew that stuff as long as she's not breaking terms of service. But she should not be, my opinion, should not be benefiting monetarily. The amount of money she makes is obscene for the things she says, and she really does violate terms of service so much. I'm truly shocked that YouTube just hasn't yeeted her again, but we don't know, because YouTube's a huge company, and they might be. I've been a supervisor at work before, and sometimes if there's somebody that you think might be litigious, you play the long game where you build a case. So when it's over, it's over. Period. You have built a case. So regardless of what they do, because Chantal's now screaming about, I'll get a lawyer, so somebody that potentially could be litigious, you build a rock solid case. So when you say, okay, this isn't going to happen anymore, it's just not going to happen anymore. So we don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but it's frustrating. Even the trolls that are sending her super chats to say terrible things. Listen, trolls, you're not saying anything unique. You're not saying anything that hasn't been said before. So why do you have to keep giving her money? I prefer to just view in silence and then go to a reaction channel and let that person get my view and, my social media currency. But
and I would really, really enjoy if, and not to be critical either, I would really enjoy if there were willing participants that do follow her, that are members, that were willing enough to come up on the panel and actually give their opinions as to why they continue to support this in a monetary way. I am generally interested in that.
And that's just it. I'm going to presuppose, I don't like to give a lot away about myself, but I've worked in social. I've done a lot of things. I'm older than I look. I worked in social work for a little while there, and I can tell you where was I going with that thought? The amount of people that I saw that you would never guess just their state of being. And I really think, and no judgment, but I really think there is a core group of a certain kind of people. The reason they love Chantal is because they are those kind of people. Let's face it, a certain subsection of our population, they're lazy just because I'm not saying there aren't some underlying mental health issues here, because you cannot behave the way she does and not have some mental health issues just with the copious drug use. But some people are just lazy. Some people are just gluttonous. I think with Chantal at this point, I think she does have a food addiction, but she used to say in her old videos she didn't like that. She wanted binge eating disorder, or she wanted something more respectable, because food addict, let's face it, your general uneducated individuals say food addict, oh, you're just a pig, you eat too much. And there's a little more to it than that. But so she didn't like that. She wanted to take no responsibility. And I really think that there's a chunk of her viewers that are the same way. the vitriol, the gluttony, the sloth, all the seven deadly sins.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good Catholic in here. You know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think there's a chunk of people, the empty nest syndrome moms. I can fix her. I can save her. The
Yes.
the
Yep.
and they tend to be newer people. Or the people that think, oh, she's not that bad and stuff like that, and they really stand for her hard. And then there's, that hardcore segment of trolls that just like to incite chaos. Entropy requires no maintenance, and I think personally those are the three groups that we get in Chantal's chats and membership. I don't know where I was
Definitely.
going with that
No, no,
thought.
no,
Sorry.
no. It's good because it's kind of it's kind of opening up. Because I was thinking about this as you're talking. I'm like, so when we watch, like, let's say the drama community, which that's a whole other. This is where I always refer back to because it's so similar. The drama community had so many big YouTubers. We're talking millions and millions of subscribers and making money on all sorts of platforms. And they would actually coincide with the drama channels because they knew that the drama channels were getting them more and more exposure and more money, essentially. But their whole entire basis of their content was basically the drama surrounding them as a person. And a lot of them will come and cry to the internet, but behind the scenes, they're agreeing with the others that are talking about them. That's what I mean with Chantel. She doesn't really understand what she's doing. She's sabotaging herself.
And I don't care what anybody says about Shell Bell. Like, some people, I truly believe some people are just terrible people, spoiled,
Mm-hmm.
selfish, terrible people. I have known people like that. And I don't know Chantal, but she sure gives, from what I've seen, that's what I'm gonna say. And yeah, it's like her ego. It's like her ego, and her need to control things, and her anger are literally bigger than like her shame, her dignity, or her sense of self-preservation as far as her monetary situation,
Yep.
and she keeps saying, she always thinks, like P.T. Barnum said, there's a sucker born every minute. But truly, like, for anybody that's ever watched what happened with Wings of Redemption, look what's happening with Amber Lynn Reed. Like, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
she's got that baseline of viewers now that will always watch her no matter what. But it's about 75% less. And you think Chantal has about half of her subscribers. I believe some of them are purchased and a much less engaged. So, if half those people go away, then she could look at potentially having her her monetization halved as far as, views from AdSense go. And then there are going to be more and more, excuse me, advertisers who aren't going to want to deal with her. And yeah, she's literally cutting off her own nose to spite her own face. She, like you said, she truly doesn't know what she's doing. Like, I think
Nope.
she's been on the I'm right, listen to me, how dare you, that, that sanctimonious, how dare you, I'll show you. She is so, like I said,
Mm-hmm.
oppositional, so defiant that she can't see the forest through the trees. She just can't. And like I said, my Schadenfreude, it's amazing. I'm here for it, man. Just, this is going to make the Hindenburg look like a very small incident when this goes down.
So, what do you think of what she said in her community post? What do you think happened after the infamous at the
The knock.
door? Mm-hmm.
Well, secretly, what I'm hoping is it's a CRA thing, a Canadian Revenue Authority thing, but I don't think they serve papers. I'm pretty good friends with Buddha, and I don't think they serve you actual papers, but maybe they do because but so my first tier was like, please God, let it be the CRA, freezing everything. So you've started a business and you haven't paid taxes in 2 years. What's up, buttercup?
Mm-hmm.
So that could be stressful. But hope beyond hope. That's just a hope. The second thing is I'm like, it may have to do with what May. Sorry, May, but it may have to do with what May is. I believe just the way May talks is, I don't know if hers is a civil case or a criminal case. I have no idea, but maybe Chantal has been called to, been served, because that was a real, like, I know a cop knock when I hear one, you know,
Right.
and it had the real, hey, I'm here, sound. So maybe she got served with papers that has to do, and she says it's legal. So another legal thing would be being called to testify in a legal matter,
Right.
you know? Yeah, and I don't think it has to do with her legal matter. I would guess May, and that would be stressful for Chantal because she said a lot of things. And if they're gathering evidence, and not even if the cops are gathering evidence, let's go far left and let's say that Mays is simply not criminal, but what was the other one? My brain just went. Um, you know, you have criminal and you have civil. Let's say Mays is totally civil. Well, potentially May's lawyers could be watching everything she says and recording and pulling things out. And if they get up there and say, so what did you mean by this and this and this? It's, you know, I'm just, like I said, I'm spitballing here, but that would, yeah, Leanie says she got served. I think she got served.
I
Like I said,
agree.
I'm
Well,
hoping it's taxes. Number two, the second most likely thing would be getting served for the May situation. The third most likely would be for the charges if the Crown has decided to move forward with the accusations she made against Natter, she might be deemed by the Crown now as a hostile witness, even though she initially got the ball rolling in this criminal matter. These are not petty things. These are not things you want to trifle with. Try perjury. It does not work out well.
right. I mean, she makes it a point to say this is something very stressful and legal. So it's not just about, and she's been hiding behind these words now for several months, even during the times that, she lies and says, I'm not seeing him. I'm not with Natter. We can't, but yet let's go to, Cuba. And then we spit the whole, threesome out there like it was playing polo.
Yeah, it's I think it's going to be, something where her normal boohoos aren't going to work. And you said this and then you said this. So were you lying then or were you lying now? And I think on some level she understands that she's been all over the place and she's changed the story. And I've been in court, in Superior Court, when somebody was deemed a hostile witness. It's not pretty. It's not. And she's used the term stressful and legal battles and stuff when it comes to the May Natter, that this whole whichever thing she got served for. And so, yeah.
I got to read this because this is so correct, Cindy Lou. I have one thing to say about the VIBs. There is no education in the second kick of a mule. If you didn't learn the first time, you aren't going to learn.
Amen, sister.
Amen.
Yeah, that's perfectly put. I don't have any sympathy for her new VIBs at this point. It's, and there's enough information out there. It would be like picking up smoking cigarettes today and be like, well, I didn't know. Didn't you know? It's just one of those things where it's kind of a foregone conclusion that unless you lived in a cabin in the far remote regions of like Siberia, for 40 years in a gulag, you should have known. So yeah, I don't have any sympathy at all for it's just and it's just and I gotta be honest, I don't like conspiracy theories. I don't like chatting about Chantal's looks. I don't like talking about irrelevant, like I'll take, for lack of a better term, I'll take the piss out of anybody, joking and ribbing, but but just when it devolves to petty schoolyard insults that you would find on Chantal, I really don't want any part of that.
That is
what you're trying
exactly. That is exactly why I had to see my way out of it. I mean, we were both kind of just, going back and forth on this. Like I said, all day long, I will parody. I will, we do it all the time and joke around. When it gets to the point of doing these conspiracy theories, which I know every now and again, I don't mind when people say, oh, allegedly it could be this, allegedly it could be that. I get that, because scenarios, when you listen to all of this stuff that goes on during a day, yeah, you could sit around and you can come up with all sorts of different scenarios and positions this could end up in. And I get that. But when it goes into, just like you said, about like the weight shaming, or sometimes, I'm going to say it, guys, I'm sorry, it gets flat out gross, and I have to excuse myself. And I love Monty very much, and I know Monty enjoys that sometimes, and that's cool. But it also plays right into her complaint, where it's like, they're such haters, and they're saying
and
this.
I do worry about, like, it just, like, if she gets her hackles up, that, like, I don't want anything any of us say on panel, because I'm telling you, I'm an F-bomb dropping, like, I'm sure if anybody's watched any of my videos, like, I'm sorry, that's just how I speak. But I try really hard to be respectful and to keep it, because I don't want ever for there to be a problem with Monty's channel. I don't want anybody to have a leg to stand on to attack Monty and the job he's doing. I feel very passionately about that. Like, he is kind beyond kind, and he's good to joke with, and I love it. Like, there was, I don't know, it was a couple, it all blends together. But like, it was a couple weeks ago, there was just like me and Monty. I just say it was me and Monty, and was it Ray up there? And we just had this really nice conversation, like, and it was great. I like that, because we can, and anybody can get up there and voice, hey, I have watched this video, and here's what I think about this video. Where I get frustrated is, oh, I haven't watched the video. In fact, I haven't watched any of the videos, but here, I still have an opinion. It's like, there's a time and a place for that. And I don't think going up on panel is the place to have to recap like the entire last year. This is just how I feel. And, and I feel bad, because I feel it puts Monty in a bad position, because nobody wants to tell their viewers no. And so it just, and then I get irritated, and I don't want to be a dick on his panel. It's Monty's panel. It's his channel, and I care about Monty. And so I end up just shutting up, because sometimes I'm a serial killer in my own mind. I'm like, it's best to say nothing, because I don't have anything nice to say, but sometimes I just want to tell people, knock it off. Have a little respect for Monty. Don't do that.
Shush. Yeah. I said this the other night, which is why I started my live the other night, because it was about the whole AJ thing and the hypocrisy there. And I said, there's a reason why sometimes I won't come into certain channels, because I know Monty was talking about it live, and I know Kaya was talking about it, and I know it was a whole mess. And I was like, you know what? I'm not, because if I go in there, I feel it coming. When the blood pressure starts to rise and I have that like, I'm going to lose it. I'm like, nope, you better just do it on your own channel, because at this point, and it was good, because it also gives me a little bit more freedom to open up, where I'm articulating my thoughts, and I'm not just spouting out, all sorts of like, just, things to say that I shouldn't be saying. But
would you like to touch on the things that Pete said, and the
God.
things that Pete, have you noticed Pete will continually, here's the deal with Pete. Conspiracy. This isn't so much a conspiracy theory, but it's following through. Pete thought he was going to quit his job, become this huge influencer on YouTube, and have this massive channel like Chantal. Needless to say, that didn't happen, because he's about as interesting, like I said, as unbuttered toast. And then, so he's not reaching the audience. So, so what he does is he makes these huge proclamations of these controversial things on Chantal's platform. I truly believe, because people will say, well, why does he always go off on this stuff on Chantal's stream? Because he knows 30,000 views are going to come in, and 30,000 people are going to hear his hot take on whatever it is he thinks his opinion du jour. That's why I think he does it. I think it's calculated.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Because he's an absolute imbecile. Let's call a spade a spade. He's an absolute imbecile. He goes on his own stream. He talks gibberish. There's not a coherent or articulate sentence in anything he ever says. Everything is stuttering, cursing, or talking about just things that, absolutely don't matter.
Well,
And then,
he wants to go on about these, I don't, like I said, because there is a specific law in the state of Florida that is run by a Republican governor. And I don't know if you understand this, Pete, or if you'll ever see this. This is called the United States of America. Each state is independent, so they can do a lot of things. And because of some of our constitutional amendments, the federal government cannot overreach. Okay. And so a Republican, a hated Republican, and like I said, I'm not standing for the Republicans. It doesn't matter how I vote. It's nobody's goddamn business, but I'm just explaining the situation. Some things I'm actually pretty conservative now. You get older and you're like, that was stupid. Why did I feel that way? But overall is like a Florida Republican, or let's say an Oklahoma Republican, is vastly different from what you would find in the Pacific Northwest where I live. In fact, a Republican in the area I live would not even be considered a Republican in other parts of the United States. They call us tree hugging, dirt eating druids up here. Like they want nothing to do with it. And so for him to come out and that hateful statement that, can we swear on your?
Sure, yes, absolutely.
Okay. If for him to come out and say, just fucking Republicans, just fucking die. I hope they all fucking die. Every last one of them, and blah, blah, blah. Talk about a broad generalizing statement. And so for this moron, this buffoon, this low watt light bulb, truly, Pete learns all of his information off of Twitter. I'm sorry, but when you're in a hug box and you don't learn like a well-balanced amount of information, guess what? There's opinion, and then there are facts. And when you're not operating on facts, your opinion is much less valid to me because you're an idiot, and then there's a lot of things I don't agree with, but I want to be sure I understand all of it. The pros and the cons. So for him to come on after his gender announcement and stuff like that, and then nobody can question that, and anything he says is that's unassailable. But for him to come on and make this broad statement about literally 50% of the United States over the way they voted or something, and the vehemence in his voice, I just thought it was gross, and it was. I know I keep going on to this, but can anybody else appreciate like the irony of his hypocrisy? Like I was laughing like, oh my God, I wish I was still in graduate school so we could all sit around and laugh about what an idiot this guy is. Like it's, I don't know. Like,
well, that's the way that's honestly, because I don't like to jump into the whole political discussions because you never win in any side you take. But my disgust and disdain with him was when he's standing there looking at Monty and saying about, hey, dude, get your own content. I'm like, really?
Yeah. Right?
You have the balls to stand there in front of Chantal, who can't get her own content, who basically does absolutely nothing. You, who can't leave a room to do anything, and you're talking about somebody else and what they do? You must be kidding me.
Yeah. And it's just like I said, I have very strong opinions, and I will get upset with things when people, but here's what I've learned in my life is a lot of the times the people that upset me, they have upset me because they've yanked my blanket, and I don't like my blanket yanked. And so if somebody has said that I think I am so fundamentally opposed to upsets me that greatly, you know what I mean? The way Pete gets upset, I probably need to look at that. There's something in me that has it, you know what I mean? And so it's like potentially on some level, maybe Pete knows he's being a hypocritical piece of crap, because the way he gets so upset and gets in his feels, it's, and that it tends to be, I know for me, when I get that angry to the point where I'm throwing, my grandfather always said, fuck you, repost of the inarticulate. So whenever I got to the point where I'm just, all I can say is fuck you or die, I'm thinking this is because I'm not.
Yeah, there's something there's something within us. Yeah.
Yeah, or somebody's pointed out how I'm wrong and now my feelings are hurt, but facts don't care about my feelings. And so that's just part of being able to be in a grown-up conversation is sometimes some of the facts aren't going to line up with your feelings.
Mm-hmm.
Shocking.
Sometimes when I think about summarizing Pete's, I would think if you look in the dictionary and look under keyboard warrior, Pete's face would be right there,
Oh my
because
God.
he's spineless. He has absolutely nothing to support his arguments. He can't even articulate anything he ever talks about. I'm sorry if anyone's a Pete's fan, but
Yeah. No,
I,
he doesn't understand. And like I said, there's certain things I know enough about that I can articulate some of the basics, but there are certain
mhm,
things where I just don't know enough about. So like this Florida bill, I stay out of all that stuff. So I haven't actually read enough about it to come in swinging like, oh yeah, check it out. Pros, cons, here's what's going on. But I'll use an example that I am interested in. So if anybody that pays attention to the stock market, I do, I'm a dork. Netflix is tanking right now, right? They were the first
mhm,
big tech company to come out, and all the headlines are saying Netflix down 200,000 subscribers, well below projections, because Netflix is a large cap growth company, right? Growth means
mhm,
you're going to continue growing. Well, but what the headlines don't tell you is, and regardless of all the nonsense, but what the headlines don't say is, oh, but by the way, this unexpected war in Ukraine came up and they unsubscribed 700 million people in Russia when they pulled out. So technically, if that hadn't happened, Netflix would be up 500,000 subscribers. And I'm not here or there, but I'm just saying when you get all your information from sound bites and headlines, it is not a well balanced argument. You are usually only hearing one side of the story. That's just a good example I could think of as far as things that I understand, Does that
right.
make sense? Or am I
Yeah, no, it
making no
makes
sense?
sense.
Yeah.
I would just want to say what Clark says. I don't know if you noticed, Pete's got really quiet after the chat started being highlighted when he was talking shit. Then FB muted. He started seeing immediate reaction to his bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm really wondering between the things that Chantal said
Mm-hmm.
and the fact I'll block, I'll block, I'll block,
Mm-hmm.
but the way she said it, like notice in her the new community tab post that hasn't underneath all the ones that have been deleted, it's like, it's too much for my mental health, I'm stressed, I'll just block all the haters, right? But that's not how she articulated it in her stream. She was hateful and mean and like, I dare you, and defiant, right? Oh yeah, come
Right.
on, block, block. Who else? And it's like, I gotta say, like, high school me is like, oh, I'd love to meet up with Chantal in the parking lot after school, like, be like, what's up, cupcake, got something to say?
Yeah, but keep blocking them, and the ones that are
Right.
blocked
Yeah.
and the ones that are getting blocked are the ones that are now flocking to the
Yeah.
React channels.
And
You know,
they're paying people, and she thinks she can keep doing this. I agree. And I think between the hateful stuff Pete said, and which I think wasn't a violation of terms of service, but it was pretty hateful. And Chantal really, I feel, towed the line as far as she kept saying, well, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. But it could also be read as inviting her viewers to also do these things, you know what I mean? And then the way she was like, I'll block, and she got defiant. I think when she got off, um I don't know, we know she doesn't rewatch it, so I don't know if it came to in her brain and she realized it was a rage stream, or if it was the reaction from her chat that made her realize, like, I need to pull this down. Because literally I was replaying it in Damn It Danny's Discord server for everybody to watch, and it was like, it started lagging. I'm like, what the hell? And all of a sudden, this video no longer available. I'm like, oh, you dirty deleter.
well,
This guy talked and
she's so dang transparent, because here for 2 days now she's saying specifically, I don't need to apologize. I'm not going to apologize. She's going to keep, she starts from going to, I need to apologize to some people, then it's, I need to apologize. I didn't mean most of what I said, but apparently you meant some of it. You keep dropping these little stitches here and
yeah,
there about blackout drunk, but yet I don't need to apologize. How do you know?
yeah. Well, and number two, um, when she's like, so I'm going to apologize for being blackout drunk,
No.
but not for the things I said. Well, guess what? I'm going to use a really extreme example. When you drink and drive and you go out and you tater somebody else with your vehicle,
Mm-hmm.
when you're in front of that judge, you better pray to God that you're not just apologizing that you decided to have some drinks and drive. You need to be apologizing for the things you did. And what she
Right.
did is she said a lot of really hateful things. And you don't, when you're
Hmm.
blackout drunk, you don't get to pick and choose. Oh, I kind of remember this. I don't remember that. I think it's a load of shite. I think these are all things. And Chantal even said, this stuff's been building up inside of me in one of her
Hmm.
her rage stream. So what is it? You don't remember what you said, or you said the stuff that's building up inside of you. You can't have it both ways. So she knows what she said, and she'll take no responsibility. And yeah, it just I prefer that we as a community don't stoop to her level. Don't
No,
don't don't bring it street. Don't make it about
no.
people's mamas and their looks. Make it about their behavior, because you know what? You can always change your behavior.
Right.
I can't change the fact I have Tourette's and I blink and I kind of twitch. I mean, there's just certain
No, I
things
know
that if you don't,
exactly what you mean. And there's
the
nothing
fit,
wrong with that. You
yeah,
know what I'm saying?
yeah,
There's
yeah,
there's a lot of people. Listen, I don't think there's anybody that lives in this world that isn't afflicted with something.
some
It's
exactly,
something.
yeah.
Everybody has something that they struggle with, that they have a stress over,
Mm-hmm.
and any, at any time, about anything. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's not about
Yeah.
highlighting, like, oh, they're so obsessed with me. No, Chantel, it's the fact of how just the
Yeah.
opposite of
She,
what
yeah,
a
I get it
person
where,
should be.
yeah. And like I said, when I call her super morbidly obese, that's because that is something that can be changed. That is something that she has done to herself slowly over years, and she
Mhm.
chooses to continue to eat that way. She chooses to continue with the drug use. And I will say to the people that says, "Oh, I use THC," and use it at 1,000 times the level you should, day in and day out for a year, and talk to me about how it doesn't. Please, my opinion. I've been around enough drug addicts that, yeah, and I do think there's poly drug issues, but yeah, she just, like I said, I can be petty sometimes in my jokes, kind of like in a Dave Chappelle kind of way. Not that I'm comparing myself
Mhm.
to Dave Chappelle, but you know what I mean? It
No,
can
I
be a
know.
little off color, but it's to get a point across or make people laugh. But just to have a conversation about things that have nothing to do with the monetization of her disgusting behaviors. That's what
Mhm.
I'm here to watch. That's what I'm here to watch. And that's what I'm here to talk about?
Yeah. Kali and Greebo, do you have any idea why she deleted her stream and posts? Well, I think we
I
we kind of touched upon that, but you
Yeah,
go ahead.
if you came in late, I said I think it was because what Pete said was extremely hateful, and it was basically fuck off and die to 50% of the United States, and it wasn't just a joking, like he was serious. Anybody that voted a certain way could just fuck off and die, and he said it several times, kind of the way when he said old people need to fuck off and die, old people when he had his job. So there
Mhm.
was Pete's little thing. There was Chantal got really defiant with her chat. Who's next? I'll block you. I don't care. You're out of here. Oh yeah, come on, come on. So she got that really defiant, angry,
Mhm.
where she starts spewing hate. And then some of the things that were coming out of her mouth as far as what Pete had said, and her and Natter, and just being ragey, very ragey. And so I think just the kind of a combination of that made her realize that I personally don't think it's the rage. I think if it's a rage that doesn't violate terms of service, she would 1,000% leave it up. But I truly think she was worried something was said that could get her in trouble, so it came down.
Well,
And
anything at
yeah,
this point can
for the
can
stream, yeah,
incriminate her. Anything at this
hmm
point. I mean,
yeah,
she's deleted so much at this point. It's almost laughable that she goes online, because it's like, if you're going to just keep coming online and spewing out all this crap and then deleting it 5 minutes later, what's the
yeah.
point?
Yeah, and the thing is she makes a bunch of promises, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that in her community post, and then she deletes them because you know how she says, "I didn't lie, I changed my
I
mind."
just changed my mind.
Like
I
yeah,
wish she didn't delete what she wrote yesterday about, she went on, or was it
yeah,
today, about all of the things that she's so overwhelmed with, and like where she wants her channel to go, and the Beezer show, and the corporation building, and all of this other, and I'm like,
do you know what they call that in the world of recovery? They call that a moment of clarity. She probably
mhm,
wasn't high as balls on whatever it is she's ingesting. And that moment of clarity, you know what I mean, made her
mhm,
realize you know what I mean? Regardless of what she says, I think when she's not totally messed up beyond belief, I think she realizes that this is the Titan. I feel this is the Titanic at this point. All she's doing is rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. It's going to go down at this point. And I
Mm-hmm.
think that moment of clarity when she sees that, the plans and stuff, a thought not followed by an action means nothing happens. And so, you know, in the world of recovery is, I think that moment of clarity just first she gets angry because if you can't use drugs to change the way you feel, use your emotions, right? Because you know, you
Mm-hmm.
get that real good rage and you get to cry at the end. Feels pretty goddamn good sometimes, right? Or
Of course,
makeup,
it's like a
yeah,
cleansing.
yeah, or makeup sex, right? Oh, and then
Yeah,
you're like, oh, I love.
yeah,
And so
yeah.
Chantal uses emotions the way she uses drugs. She takes no responsibility. And I will say this again: your addiction is not your fault. Your mental health is not your fault, but it is your responsibility once it's been pointed out to you. And I think on some level, Chantal realized, and this is I don't know if I've ever said this. I think the reason Chantal goes so hard for FFG, for Yaba, for Monty is because they're overall likable people. Like I said, I don't watch FFG. Like the chat's just not really my cup of tea. I don't
Mm-hmm.
watch it, but they have very dedicated, loyal followings that have respect for them, for Yaba, for Monty, for FFG as creators. Because believe it or not, to react to somebody actually takes some thought. I can turn
Right.
on my camera and video stream myself doing the things I do every day. I'm cleaning, I'm making the bed, you know, blah, blah,
Mm-hmm.
blah. That
Mm-hmm.
doesn't take a lot of thought. It's what I do every day. But if somebody wanted to sit down and let's say critique, you know, like a professional house cleaner, that actually takes some thought because you have to be able to provide a counterpoint to what has been said, you know, because the reaction channels I watch, they don't just say, oh, that's bullshit, you know, and sink to Chantal's level. They provide a really good critique, a well thought out argument for why that mode of behavior is not appropriate or not a good idea. That does take work, and I think she's jealous because these kind of creators, you know, plus Monty puts out pre-recorded stuff. That takes a lot of work, and they have very loyal followers. And I think Chantal is jealous beyond jealous. I feel it's the same kind of anger she had
Mm-hmm.
when her sister was born and mommy's attention was no longer hers 100%, and it's that jealous, spoiled single child rage. Why don't you love me? Why don't you pay attention to me? I'm
Mm-hmm.
the best. I'm That's what I think, you know.
Yeah, and that tone is still coming through in her dialogue now. It's so you're completely right about that. That tone is coming through because it's almost like in between. If you read between the lines of when she goes off about any reaction channel, it's almost like
Yes.
they're boring. They're
Yep.
they have nothing really good to say. It's not like me. Look at me. Look at how much work I put into my. First of all, you what work are we talking about? What work?
Yep.
What are we talking
Exactly.
about? Because you
Yeah.
make thumbnails, because you edit any
Yeah. She
any
doesn't
grade
none of
school
that.
kid can edit.
Yeah. Well, and Gwen just said, I think she said, you know, fuck YouTube if they, and I
That's
think you're
right.
right,
That's
Gwen.
right.
There's just so much, but I think you're right because I remember when I seem like she said that, and I make these notes, write that down because you know you get that feeling this stream's going to get deleted, and I don't write it down,
Mhm.
and then I forget because I have the memory of a goldfish. But yeah, and so you know, like I said, and maybe Sophie King, maybe one of her VI idiots, you know, threw her a text and said, "Hey, dude, you might want to pull this down," because that's Sophie King. He, like I said, he's a creeper. He probably like he tells her what to do, and you know she
Mhm.
loves it. So these are all just my opinions, but like you know, like Monty, like this is a conversation between what we see. It's not about her looks. It's not, you know, it's not even
No.
really about
No.
her the it, but you know, and Monty, you know, his pre-recorded videos and the ones when he streams, he brings up counterpoints or why this might not be a good idea. Yaba brings up excellent points, and even FFG, you know, when she's kind of slamming on Chantal, she brings up solid points on for why um a middle-aged, nearly 40-year-old woman should not act this way. Well thought out counterpoint
Yes,
to what Chantal provides.
I like FFG because she will say, "Excuse me, ma'am," and she will remind her. That's what I like about what she does.
Exactly.
That is somebody keeping someone accountable. That is what any
Mm-hmm.
good friend would do.
Yep.
She
Yep.
reminds me of like one of the like remember that time that you acted like
Mm-hmm.
this, and remember that time you kind of
Mm-hmm.
lifted your shirt up in the middle of the bar and made a fool of yourself. That's what
Mm-hmm.
FFG reminds me of. Like, come on,
Yeah.
lady, don't say all
Yeah.
of these things you're saying now, because I can counterpoint that and I can give you the receipts to go with that.
Yep.
That's why I like
And
her.
yep. And also FFG, like I said, I am not a partaker of THC, but FFG is very open about that. And so she literally is like the opposite. Like, look, you can be a responsible adult and use a legal substance and be a productive member of society, not fry your brains, you know what I mean? And provide
Mm-hmm.
a well thought out conversation for the chat and react to what's being put in front of her. And it just, yeah. And so Chantal referring to herself to a creator is, like I said, her old pre-recorded videos were goofy as heck. They
Mm-hmm.
were pretty low tech, but you know what? At least work was put into them. She created them. What she's doing now, she's not a creator. Like I said, anybody that just live streams their
Right.
normal day ins and day outs, that is not creating anything. She's not even creating a healthy community around herself. She's not creating a space for an open dialogue. She is just creating she's basically become a female version of Wings of Redemption. Anybody wants to go, there's quite a few documentaries on Wings of Redemption, and she's gonna do to her channel what he did, where he can't make any money off of it, and it's just literally trolls and haters at this point.
Exactly. And the point that you made that is so poignant in this is live stream. If you don't want people to watch you doing what you're doing, don't go live.
Exactly.
That's where you're pulling in all of the
Hmm.
audience. Yeah. And some
Pre-record and
pre-record,
edit.
yeah. And
you
someone
know
said it before about the fact that most of her VIBs are in there basically to see her fail. I have agreed with that since
Yes.
I started watching her. Like, even being in there for like very short amount of time, I was like, most of these people, maybe I've yeah. Um, most of these people are in there because they want to watch the train wreck. They want to see, and they want to, like, they encourage her to do bad things.
Oh, that some of them, like I said, yeah, they egg her on. Like the whole
Mhm.
reporting Natter thing, she 1,000% got goaded into that,
Oh,
in my opinion.
absolutely.
And you could see the shock when it was over. Like, how like you've had a couple drinks when you're in college and
Mhm. Mhm.
you got a little too cocky and you said something in the back of your mind. You heard that record, then you're like
Yep, yep, yep.
uh-oh. So yeah,
That's
that.
right. Chantel couldn't handle a good friend like that. No one ever gave her consequences for her behavior. When she got her channel back, she was more emboldened. And the next day, what did she do? She played the sabotage game. In my life, I've never heard anything so, like, just, are you kidding? She has the nerve to talk about this white privilege that I wish people would remind her of that. Oh, I hate it. I
Right.
hate my white privilege. I hate it. Why do people
Right.
have to be bitten in there? Okay. Your white privilege shows every single damn day of your life. Do you not realize this?
She's the poster child for white privilege. She's the poster
Mhm.
child for gluttony. She is the poster child for envy. She's the poster child for anger. She's the poster child for sloth. She's the poster child for greed. Like I said, just all the things you don't. And that's how come I watch her, because like I said, I get motivated to clean the house when I don't want to. Sometimes when I want to say terrible things to people because
Mhm.
I got a mouth on me, like literally. She has come to serve as like my totem animal of how not to live your life, how not to be a terrible human being, because and I think she's been like this her entire life. I really do. It's just I get the vibe I get, just the things she says, and I've been around somebody like that where just a terrible person, a bad seed. And
Yeah,
I
let's
don't
talk. Let's
yeah,
let's let's talk about that, puppy. She brings up a good point. Accidental racism. Accidental. It
accidental.
was never intended. What does that mean exactly?
It's like I said, the way we used to talk, I'm a Gen X, and the way we used to talk
Same.
nowadays
Mhm.
is not okay. And I
Nope.
understand where they're coming from. So when I'm with other Gen Xers, sometimes we'll say things, and I'm just using examples. Don't come for me where you say, oh, that's gay or that's
Yeah,
retarded.
yeah, yeah.
That's
That's
just
yep.
how everybody spoke, but it's not okay nowadays. But you know what? In my father's generation, just like my uncle would casually drop the N-word, and he wasn't quote unquote racist, but that's just the way he had been around when he was younger, somebody that talked that way until my grandma set him straight. For our generation, you didn't use that word in casual conversation. Now we've moved forward again, where you don't use say, oh, you're retarded or stuff like that in conversation. It's no longer conversations, and words evolve and things go out of favor and fashion, and you don't use them in the if the majority, if they're deemed offensive and enough people find them offensive, you don't say them anymore in
Mm-hmm.
public. You don't get to accidentally. And and she is not a Gen X, so she was not raised, you know
Nope.
what I mean, that things definitely. And so for her to say, oh, it was accidental, no, it was intentional. You chose not to use that filter that God put in, or whoever, your biology, whatever you want to, whatever your belief is, the universe,
Mm-hmm.
you chose not to use a filter because you think you're above it.
Exactly.
So yeah.
And her, her lover boy over there did the same exact thing, and then has
Oh yeah.
again. You want to talk about lack of intelligence when this one is like, but I am from Africa. First off, there are a lot of people from Africa, but
Africa
you
is a continent that is like three
exactly,
times the United
exactly,
States. Are you kidding me?
sir. You are not a black man to
No.
speak
When
on
he
the
called
subject.
Monty a
A
monkey, I
monkey.
was like,
Hmm.
and then Chantal, if I, well, I could never be Chantal, but the fact she even tried to defend what he had said, a monkey eating a banana, nobody is that stupid in this day and
No,
age.
no,
No.
you
What
set that
it,
whole entire thing up.
yeah.
I'm not going to speak about it right now. Yeah, if
Hmm.
I want the monkey, I'll go. I'll go feed him a banana. I'll go to the zoo. I mean, come
Yeah, he
on,
knew what he
dude.
was saying. He knew what he
Hmm.
was saying, and it was racist AF, and it was disgust. I don't watch Natter, and like people are like, "Oh, did you catch Natter?" It's like usually I even tap out on Natter. I have zero interest in that dirtbag,
Same,
man.
because there's no
Yeah,
interest. There's nothing to
no.
be interested of.
Yeah, but when he said that about Monty, it was like that. There's a few times, a handful of times in the last, I'd say 6, 7 months, where I've been genuinely angry at the internet and like
Hmm.
did some thoughts and if anybody, theoretically, if anybody, a high five with a chair to the forehead was needed,
Yep.
it was a statement like that. I mean, I was just livid, and yeah, I
And
just
her, that's right, Sunkiss Erica, and her doubling down and saying, I
yeah.
know Natter. And that's not what he was saying.
Uh,
It's not like, well, Monty's been abusive to me. Monty's abusive to Natter. What's with the teeth? Really? Do
mhm.
you not recall him putting your dirty underwear right up to the camera, laughing his ass off?
Yeah.
That was all acceptable though, right?
Yeah, yeah. The whole situation has really become untenable with her. So all I can hope is, I gotta admit, I don't have a lot more patience for the noobs that roll in to the
Me
reaction
either.
channels and want to stand for um Chantal. Don't have a lot of patience for people that are supporting her monetarily.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a difference between an entire Discord server pitching in to come up with $5 so they can have access. You know what I mean? Like
Yep, yep, yep,
500
yep, yep,
people.
yep.
So it could be like a crowdsourced handing over less money so there can be a conversation versus just flat out giving her money. I am so against the cow tipping. I'm so against the cow tipping. I am so against that. And if you are a cow tipper, I don't want to hear about it. I have no respect for you. I don't want to hear the reason why you're doing it. You aren't special. You aren't unique. And you're allowing this terrible, you're monetizing this terrible behavior. Um, and like, I have yet. I've known so many cow tippers and people that support her, and I've never got a unique. And I've been watching this chick literally since the beginning. She had less than 1,000 subscribers when I found her, and I have yet to have somebody give me a unique answer as to why they're giving her money. And so I'm just to the point where I don't really want to hear your reasoning, your excuses anymore. It just,
Mm-hmm.
they don't have a leg to stand on with me. I don't want to hear about it.
I'm
In
gonna
conversation.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I'm going to sound a little bit like I'm coming off as high horse or judgmental here, but I have to say this because it's been gripping me. There's a
Mhm.
special kind of person or people that will go for Chantel, right? And then they will hide behind the precarian of, oh, let me see, everybody's talking about this Monty. Let me go in that chat. Let me go on that panel
Mhm.
and play the, I don't know, what she do today? Did she do something today? And
Mhm.
oh, I've been a member now
Mhm.
for, X amount of time, and I would love to know the psychology behind that kind of thinking. Like, let me
Yeah.
go in. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to be mean. I know it's going to come off that way, and somebody's going to say, well, Colleen, not everybody, some people have the right to their opinions. And I'm not saying they don't. But then there are those other people that I am telling you, they're playing a game here. Okay?
Well, it's the equivalent of going to a Yankee game and yelling "Go Mets!"
Go
It's
Mets.
just
Thank you.
there's a time and a place to say it, and that's not it. And so
Hmm.
versus versus some of the former VIBs who have created platforms to now discuss the things they've seen and been
Hmm.
subjected to, like
Hmm.
the Damn It Danny and
Right.
Denise, and when
Right.
Samoans Bite, they have this
Right.
platform where they discuss like why this is a bad idea
Hmm.
and how they got sucked in and stuff. And
Shut up,
that's
Leanie.
yeah, that's very go bust. That's very useful. But for a complete Chantal supporter to roll in to Damn It Danny, let's say a smaller channel, or Monty or Yaba, or it's like there's just really not the place for it. It's a go Mets, and it's
Exactly,
nobody
Cindy.
wants to hear it, and everybody has heard it before. You are not unique. This is not the place. You
Exactly,
know.
Cindy. Most people that know nothing about Foodie Beauty would not volunteer to go on a panel. Thank you.
Yeah.
There
Yeah.
is some calculating crap right there. And I just, again, it goes on instinct. And I'm not saying that I'm correct and I'm right. And there have been times that I've jumped on someone making a, kind of a little out of the ordinary comment. I'm like, what do you mean by that? And, I get, like I said, I get very protective. But this tonight, no, this was, oh, Monty, what did she do? Oh, I didn't see that. Like, what? What? Yeah,
Yeah.
you
I.
did.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
just.
you did.
I don't know. Monty's such a nice guy, and I just get really protective, and I just want, yeah, I
Well,
just,
there's a lot of cutting you off. I didn't appreciate that at all.
yeah,
There was a lot of cutting off of, Shell, and
yeah,
I really wanted to hear what she had to say. A lot of it.
yeah, yeah. I got frustrated, was what happened, and so I just kind of, and like I said, Shell Bell, it's like, oh my God, you know how
Mhm.
somebody's speaking, and you're just like, oh, could you just talk for the next hour because they use big nice words to say
Mhm.
how you feel. And
Mhm.
so
Mhm.
so so impressed, and there are people like Erie Pepperoni, I love listening
Oh,
to
I
her,
love her.
Buddha Bitch, Ray,
Yep. Yep.
there's people that when they speak, you're like, good points, and it's a conversation to be had. And I just prefer the conversations to just random one-liners, or I like the conversation, and to let a conversation to naturally progress through the
Mhm.
various things, and there are times where Chantal will do something well, and I don't mind saying well done, but I'm
Mhm.
not going to give a medal to a middle-aged woman for doing the bare minimum. It's like you just no longer get, you get a golf clap, like bravo, cleaned your
Mhm.
bathroom. But
It's kind of
yeah,
why I said, when Monty's like your last thoughts, and I was saying, listen, Chad, I get you, I see you,
yeah,
because I saw a lot of people were having
yeah,
trouble with it, and I know that,
yeah,
again, it's like we have different people that come in, they have different
yeah.
opinions, yada yada yada. This didn't feel like that. This did
No,
not
it
feel like
felt
that.
like a low key troll. I don't know what it was, but it was just, I know when and everybody's entitled to their opinion. I will never shut anybody down. But
Mm-hmm.
when you continue on the same one or two points and say the same one or two things continually, and it's actively making the chat go from 750 or whatever down to 400 something, that says that you've ostensibly turned away nearly half of the community of his. And I worry about that. I always want, and you know, and there's always a time and a place for joking. But like I said, I and anybody can go on panel. I feel strongly that more people should, because I love when you see people tearing up. Like, you know, it's
Mm-hmm.
so easy to misspeak. Everybody thinks it's easy to get up and have a conversation and be reading chat. No, there's a certain skill. And sometimes you will accidentally cut people off. And sometimes in the moment you'll misspeak something and it will seem like you're totally opposed to, or like when I brought up the THC thing, I meant THC and other mind altering chemicals. And everybody's like, I use T. And so it's really easy to sit there behind your computer and say things, but it's like, no, get up here and have a conversation with us, you know. And I really think everybody needs to do that. But if you're coming up there and you're hammering on the same one or two points, you're interrupting,
Mm-hmm.
you're not furthering the conversation, you're scaring off of half of Monty's chat. I don't like that for him. And I don't even care about my personal opinions about what was being said. I'm very protective over anything that keeps Monty's views up. Okay, let's do that. But the second I see it actively going against many, many people in this community, I just don't want to hear it, man. I'd go hang out in, Chantal verse if I wanted to hear a load of shite. That's just,
Exactly.
yeah.
Exactly. It's it becomes redundant, but it's when you can see, you know, behind all of the cutesy little words, I could see it in the little like ways things are being said. I'm like, oh, we've got one of those. Okay, I'm gonna sit back and just listen. But the constant interrupting, I was like, dude, I gotta go because I'm gonna lose
Yeah.
it in about a minute.
Yeah. Yeah, I said what I had to say. I didn't have anything more to add to the conversation, and
Mm-hmm.
that's what I like to do. It's like I have opinions over things, and sometimes you got to chew on it a little. But once you've said what you have to say, and that awkward pause comes up in a conversation, might be time to end it. It's time for me to tap
Mm-hmm.
out. I don't feel I can add anything else. Yeah, I agree, Gwen. Hi, Jessica. Hi, Jessica. And no, you wouldn't trip over your words. And I would suggest the first time you come up, leave your camera off. For me, public speaking, like the bigger the crowd, I have zero issues with
Mm-hmm.
the more it's one person, 5,000 people. I don't care. It's not a problem. But I understand. Come up and leave your camera off and just voice your opinion. Yeah.
And I don't appreciate the personal attacks. All right. You want to talk about being attacked? Hey, Erie,
Yeah. Yeah.
there's personal attacks. Ray Ray, Hippieista, Buddha, I mean, I love Greebo. She's like, please say my name. But
I know. It's like, what do I have to do? I mean, literally, I put up the one where, remember, I had that one up kind of obscure video where I'd edited down where she
yes.
laid out exactly what she'd do if Natty ever tried to leave her. Like,
Hmm.
I'll go to and I edited down. It's like 5,000 views in like 48 hours. What do I have to do to get this woman to say my name, make fun of me, say my name? Great Greebo. I've done parody.
Hmm.
I go on panels. Like, come on, man. Give me some
Exactly.
attention. Give
Well,
me some
she
hate.
said something about me, but she blamed Buddha because she said
Yeah.
the one person who was saying about my singing. I was like, that was me. Buddha was
Yeah.
actually giving
Yeah.
you, your
Yeah.
credit.
She commented on Ray Ray. She called when she said that blunt cut. See you next Tuesday. That was Buddha,
Hmm.
and I was like, oh yeah, Buddha, woo! But no, I'm kind of yeah, and I remember the singing thing when that got said about. I was like, no, that wasn't Buddha,
No, it
but
was
no,
me. Because
she
y'all
will
were all
not.
sitting up there going, oh, I give her credit. I give her credit. I was like,
Yeah,
no.
yeah, she won't say my name, and I'm upset. It's so easy. Even Greebo.
Hmm.
If you don't want to use the great because you consider me minuscule, just call me Greebo. Come on, Chantel, I dare you.
Oh, but we've got somebody else that's doing this as well as Chantel. And you know about Tiger Talks, right? Have
No,
you heard
like
about this
literally,
chick?
I don't. I'm trying to think. I know there was that Austin Beezer. Somebody was watching it, but like, hey, he's a train wreck. No, who's this Tiger Talk?
Oh,
Like I said,
we have to introduce Greebo to Tiger Talks because you need to
okay.
hear this wonderful person.
Am I gonna get mad and break one of my iPads?
More or less.
No, God.
I think. Oh, she actually left her stuff up. That's shocking. Oh, look.
Pepperoni's in the chat.
I know I said hi, Erie. And I put the link up there, Erie, if you want to come up. I'm going to play her latest. You'll get a kick out of her.
Oh my God. I need more. Am I gonna need more coffee for this?
Probably.
Like, do I have to mute myself and put? Oh yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Defiant sociopath. Sociopaths don't know what normal feelings or behavior are. They have no clue. That's why Foodie Beauty cannot take any responsibility for her disgusting Cuba video. And I don't care how drunk, how high I was, I can guarantee I would never call anyone the R word or tell someone they needed to be deported and hung. Never going to happen. Wouldn't even say it about Foodie Beauty. I might destroy her for her terrible character and her sociopathic behavior and her lack of empathy for anyone but herself. She doesn't care about her cats. If you listen to her when she references them, it's about how much they love her. She doesn't care about Pete's. She keeps him around for convenience. When his cat died, when he's gone through depression, was she actually there for him? No, only in her superficial, non-feeling, non-empathetic way, buying him food or paying the
Colin?
bills.
Yeah.
That's how she operates because she
quick
can't
pause
connect
her.
with anyone
Hang on,
on a
hang
human
on.
level because she's vague.
Go ahead.
So is she trying to be a commentary channel on Chantal, or is she trying to get into the reaction sphere, or is she just trying to make excuses? Like what? I don't understand who this person is and what
The
are they?
opening to her, okay, she is the one that did the hotel call.
Oh, so she's just basically a crazy cow tipper that's trying to.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. Okay. I
See,
think
this
she came into Monty's chat once and got.
once.
I think. Oh yeah. Okay. I remember because I deleted some of her comments and timed her out once.
Mhm.
Okay. That's how come.
You have to
Okay,
hear
yeah.
this one is actually she's actually making points here. You have to listen to this to the one I played the other day. I'm going to play that one. And there's a part where she talks about Monty's panel, and I want you to give your opinion on who she thinks she's talking about. Here it
Oh,
is.
please say my name. Please. I'm such an attention whore. I just want somebody
I'm
to say
gonna
my name.
she actually talks about somebody else in the beginning. I'm gonna get to the part where she talks about Monty's panel.
Fibroids.
Okay.
I'm a victim.
Wait.
I'm in Oklahoma, Arkansas, to YouTube streets. Which one is more gross? I don't know.
She's talking about.
A couple
Oh,
of
I know who she's talking about
scrappers
there.
fighting over YouTube bucks.
Here she comes. Yep.
Yeah, what a joke. And people listen to these people. Yeah. The Oklahoma, Arkansas, Tennessee, Alabama, whomever with her bitch girlfriend, they're boring as fuck. They're boring as fuck. They don't have a brain cell between the two of them. Yet people kiss their
Hi,
ass
Erie.
and watch them.
Hey.
I don't get it. I don't
Hi,
get it.
Greebo and Cully. Is this a
Does
new
she
one or
talk
an old
about
one?
me?
No,
Can't even spell.
this is the one from the other night. There's a new one too, but
Oh
she's
my
got to
God.
hear what she says. What? Here comes Greebo.
Okay.
I did like Monty, but he went to shit when he started putting those idiots on his panel. And he
I'm
just
an
sits
idiot.
there and lets them babble on forever and ever and ever. One person talking all the time ad nauseum. One of
Like
those
she
people
is?
that just likes to hear herself talk. You can always tell that's a person that has nothing to say.
Well,
I haven't
what is
been
she
on
doing
panel.
right
Is she
now?
talking
Work
about
with a
you,
chick
Colin?
like that when I was like
I have
23.
no idea.
Her name was Bonnie. I
Oh,
swear
here
to
we
you,
go.
she could talk for
Bonnie.
an hour and a half straight without taking a breath about absolutely nothing. Nothing.
She's literally
And I'm
talking
talking
about nothing
without
right now.
interruption.
Right? Make some good points.
Everybody
Bring
was
up
here
some
coming to go the
counterpoints.
fucking other way because
Wait.
they don't want to listen to her fucking hour-long commentary on her dog or
I'm
how the
standing
wind
Bonnie.
was blowing or whatever the fuck was going through her pea brain that day.
Oh my God, is
Fucking
she okay?
Bonnie.
Does she need
I'll
help?
never forget her.
She needs a
It's
hug.
I
Needs a
love
hug.
these
So he
people though that
allows
go
these
on.
women, and it's the same ones. Same ones. They have nothing to say. They're not all that smart.
Ew.
Oh, I
She sounds
disagree.
jealous.
They're
No
nothing to
lie. Like,
look
I'm not
at.
trying
So
to
what's
sound.
the point?
They're nothing to
What's
look
the
at.
point? If you're going to have any kind of reflection or any kind of insights, have different people on.
Oh
And
my
why do you
God.
always have women only? Are you discriminating against men?
I
Um,
don't want to come on
Smart
and
I'm
run their
pretty
men
mouth
sure
on
Gary
camera.
is a
men probably don't
man,
watch this
Yeah.
trash, I'm thinking, for the
and
most
so's
part.
Dre,
Except for
and
some
so's
of Foodie
Ozzy, but
Beauty's
okay.
followers, like, what's his name?
Wait for
Queasy
it.
Beezy. Austin Queasy is what I call him, yeah. That
She's
little
jealous.
fat fuck. Yeah.
Oh,
What
the
the
personal
hell?
attacks.
Oh my gosh. Why does everybody that watch YouTube 100
Oh yeah,
pounds
no, I said that,
overweight?
Justice.
I don't get it.
Okay,
I
so
don't
that
get
right
it.
there,
I always
I
have
am
to
not
take a
110
break from
pounds
Me
overweight.
either.
I am
because it's just so fucking
perfectly
gross. These
weighing.
people tearing each other's hair out for money.
I
Fucking
don't get
Foodie
paid.
Beauty
Money. I don't get
lying
paid for
and
this shit.
scamming about domestic
Yeah.
violence. Her simps following her probably would walk off the ends of the earth with her,
Does she know what a
blindly
simp is?
believing her sadistic
No.
lies. Her
Or an
abusing
incel? Like
her
she doesn't seem to
fat, filthy
understand what these
bitch
things
that doesn't
mean.
take a bath,
Oh, filthy
wears
bitch.
5,942 filters, and they keep telling her how beautiful she is.
She's
Don't
so
fucking
angry.
deny my
She's so
reality. I see that bitch. I
jealous.
see what she looks like.
So you know
She's so
what?
far
She does
from
sound like
beautiful. It's
she's
not
under
even
this
funny.
influence
Oh
of
wait,
something.
it gets better.
Middle-aged
Wait, guys.
biker chick. That's what she looks
Biker chick.
like. And then what really gets my goat is when they start talking about, I'm going to get my medulla oblongata pierced. I'm going to get my throng done. I'm going to get my dula Monroe bajubi done. I'm going to get my
Oh
labia
my God.
bujanga. Oh, I had my tragus pterygia. Fuck you. Shut up. Nobody cares.
Ouch.
Nobody cares.
Nice burn, Tiger.
Sorry. Ew, 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 ew.
I feel like we need to call a friend for her.
I know.
Stupid cunts.
Good.
And what else? And what else? And what else? And then they talk about, oh, you're such a victim, Foodie Beauty.
Bullshit.
This is narcissistic
So she's not talking about panel anymore. There's
triangulation.
no way.
This is trauma dumping. Oh, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Any of you had
So,
been through real
Collie,
trauma, you wouldn't be
Mhm.
shutting your fucking
she
mouth
hates
off
the
about it.
haters, but she
Oh
hates
my gosh. So the
the
rule of
Chantal
today is
stands.
if
So
people
does she
talk,
think
talk,
she's unique
talk,
in
talk,
this, or I don't
talk, they have
understand?
nothing
Like,
to say.
Oh my
you're a
Our
God, she's
job
misanthropist.
is see you on these
mm-mm.
pussy
Wait, she's got a
streets
message for Monty.
where
Watch
the
this.
evil get rewarded, and when anything that anyone with any kind of brain has to say is disregarded and ignored.
True.
Monty, upgrade your fucking panel. They're dumb.
If
Well, that's
she's
why.
referring to herself as an
one
upgrade, she's
talks
actually a downgrade.
way
I'm sorry to tell
too
her.
Yeah.
much. Go put her in a field somewhere with a cow and let her talk to the cow.
That's not even funny. It's not even an interesting burn. That's like a third grade tier burn, like an F minus. Negative
She's
2 on that
very
burn.
angry. Like there's just a lot of
Mhm.
anger there, and it's like
Yeah.
being projected onto the wrong people.
And the
Yeah.
funny
Because
thing is when she was in Monty's chat and she was going off like we were Chantel's supporters. Like this one's got no
oh,
hearing.
Holly, I got into it with her in the new video today. I was just
You
trolling
did
her.
it.
I was just trolling her, and she literally, like, sarcasm is not something she speaks.
Mhm.
And she literally called me a Chantal supporter, but then she also called
See?
me a crappy crap shit person.
Oh,
Literally.
She's
wow.
just angry and lonely, and like I feel bad for her. Not it's just like I said, it's like make it make sense. If you're gonna come back with some sick burns, come back with some serious counterpoints. Like I feel on occasion on the fly, I come up with some okay counterpoints to the things that Chinny and B
Right.
say. And so come in that. But don't come in here and then be like, because like I'm part of the collective we on the panel, and like, yeah, sometimes the IQ drops considerably panel wise when certain people come on and blah blah blah. But whatever. But overall, there are some good points made. I am not unintelligent, so don't call me stupid or an idiot without coming back with a point. Make a point, So
Right?
or at least like, come back with a sick burn. Something. Because
Hey,
this
hey,
is just
are y'all gonna
angry.
be live like for a while?
Yeah,
Okay, I
probably.
gotta hop off. I'm gonna go moderate for Gary,
Okay, sure. Yeah.
and I'll be
Y'all
right
come
back.
on over when you're done.
Alrighty.
All right,
Bye.
girly.
I'm gonna go make another cup of coffee and just listen for a hot second.
Okay, no problem. Miss Justice, do you want to come up here?
Justice comes up, fuck you, and leaves. Just
Okay, she says yes. All right. All right. Finally. Oh my God, that part where she's like, get some new people on your panel. It still creeps me out. Blech. Sorry, guys, about that. I had to let Greebo hear that because I swear I think she's talking about either myself or her,
well,
or who
I
knows.
don't understand why nobody like I feel that I'm a fairly memorable human being. Why will nobody say the one that blinks all the time or the one with the, you know what I mean? Like, come on, something like no sick burns,
Mhm.
no individual reference to me. I feel I'm fairly unique. I come in on wigs and stuff. Come on, slam my cosplay. Nothing. Why?
It's like my cosplay, Jocelyn's mom. Thank you so much. Seriously. Was trying to jump. Yeah. See, there's so much speculation. I don't really want to know who she is. I would like to keep her as this like unknown entity that just comes out of the bushes every now and again.
Oh
And,
yeah.
like she's part of the Gollum
Yep.
clan.
Oh, and let me point out to anybody that's in here, anybody that thinks that this is a hug box, Collie, I think you can agree that sometimes we disagree on things. Like we're
Mhm.
just come at them. But this is called civil discourse. So this is not a hug box because there's several things we've disagreed on. But that's part of having
Mhm.
a conversation is you listen to all sides and you walk into it with an open mind. Because some of the things, she said has made me take a harsher stance. And I hope that sometimes the things I said have, you know what I mean? Like it's
Mhm.
that's what conversations are. So I just want to make it very clear in here that this is called an open dialogue, civil discourse, so that I can better round out because I don't always have all the facts. And that's why you have conversations like this where
Mhm.
you don't take the low blows. I prefer these kind of conversations. I also prefer
Same.
if yeah, the haters say my name, Great Greebo. Come on.
Same. Listen, like I said, I haven't even been here a year. It's like I started getting involved in this in October, and I went back and watched a lot of her older videos. I didn't have to go down the whole line of 5 years worth of content to get a good idea of what she was doing. I saw it, and I do appreciate, when people are coming from different times. But I also believe that people will keep her in like one specific time area and go from there and never see that, as the years have gone on, that things have drastically changed and things have
Well,
made.
you have to remember most of her old catalog, I'd say a huge chunk is literally just gone, you
Mm-hmm.
know and at this point, unless you're really dedicated, so you can watch like Toad McKinley's documentary, but that thing's going on 3 years old now, and you miss a huge chunk of stuff that is now deleted, that
Mm-hmm.
happened since that. And so, like, so if you just come in and you want to have an informed opinion, or you've watched all her recent videos, I'm sorry, there's a difference between, like, you got your associates at community college versus a PhD in the Chantal verse. Like, this is a very deep iceberg, and you need to be committed and dedicated to really understand. And I'm not saying I'm an expert, but to understand all the facets on how much this individual has changed,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't think it was change as in the internet changed her. I honest to God believe this was who Chantal always was, and it took her a hot minute to get over her filters and her societal norms that she understood she needed to continue to enact. Like, I really don't. I do. The drugs made it worse, and the constant attention and the hug box. Yes, that's definitely made it 1,000 times worse. But that's only really been since she left BB, since she left all the normalcy behind. The guy with the job. You know what I mean? And
Mm-hmm.
so now the current YouTube has definitely changed her and the drug art. But overall, I think this is just a drug-addled version of who Chantal has always been, if that makes
Right.
sense. Because I said,
Yeah.
I've been watching her for literally. I remember when I found her, because I always try to look up weird, small channels on YouTube, and she had 957 subscribers when I first found her. And I've watched everything she's ever done.
Yeah.
Literally.
Hi, Justice.
Hi, Collie. Hi,
Let's
Greebo.
R.I.P. Bonnie.
Rip Bonnie. We loved you, girl.
We love
You rode for
Bonnie.
us. We rode for you.
Wherever you are, don't worry. We have your back.
I want to hear about your stories about your dogs. Actually, I do. I love hearing stories about dogs. Like, Bonnie, you
I
can
know.
tell me about your dogs all day.
Hey, Kasha. So,
Hi,
what's
Kat.
up, girl? How
I'm
is
just-
chat
I am
for you
just-
tonight?
I'm just so, oh my God. Hi, Clark. Thank you, Team Bonnie. Yes. I'm just really annoyed with the community right now. I'm annoyed with all the community. I'm really annoyed with the VIBs and the ex-VIBs. No offense. Whatever. Actually, offense. I don't fucking care. I'm sick of you guys. And I'm sick of you guys infiltrating our communities and not like infiltrating undercover. Like, you guys just come in there. I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of it as a mod. I'm sick of it watching it. The community has just been kind of crap lately. It's been great and it's been crap. And I'm just really done, dude. And like, I don't even like today. I was like, even as a mod, I'm like, F all you guys in chat. Like, are you guys adults? Like,
do you feel, Justice, that maybe, I don't want to say Monty needs to pick and choose who comes up because he wants everybody, but I don't know.
Yes. Yes, he does. But trust me, Greebo, we have these conversations as it's going on. He said the other day, like, me and Justice are talking all the time, and like when live chats are going on, and I'm like, not her, or not her, not that person, or like, we know what this person's like. Don't do it, dude. Don't do it. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so
it shouldn't get awkward, and where it just
go
ahead, Justice.
No, you're right. That it should not get awkward. And also, we know some of the people, like, at least, I mean, I know you watch, I watch, we have our eyes and ears, we see it all. And like, there are some people that just should not be on panel. And that, for me to say, is like, I don't want that. Like, I legitimately want everyone to say what they say. It's not like incredibly offensive to people, but everyone deserves a voice in life, but everyone does not deserve a voice on every platform. And especially not if you're going to make things awkward. And Monty, I'm sure you're not watching, but Monty doesn't say anything about anything. It's kind of me, like, hey, watch it. Hey, don't say that. Hey, not that person. Because Monty just is Monty, and he's so chill. But it's chill to like his detriment. Yes, he's chill and kind, but it's sometimes to his detriment, in my opinion.
It affects his channel
and I tell
negatively.
him this.
Like,
absolutely.
Like, I watched the chat literally go from like 700 and whatever people and it just kept going down. And I'm like, oh, this isn't good. You know what I mean?
I was one of those people. Yes, I saw it.
Yeah.
saw
And
it
I
going down,
worry.
and it's not every time that. Yes, so do I, and we don't need all the it's not like, "Oh, if people leave with everything's wrong." Sometimes it's just not your cup of tea or your speed, but that panel was I've been at all the panels, at least as a mod, and the panel was
Mhm.
particularly toxic. The chat was particularly
Yeah.
toxic. I get it. I don't like all the people that go on panel, and I will be like, "Oh, I don't
Yeah.
like this person on panel." But going in the side chat and being like, get her off, please, or like, who is this? Awkward. Like, shut up and leave then. I agree, it's awkward, but leave. Don't just talk crap about somebody
Well,
who is
be
on
part of
panel.
this.
Like, don't gang up on people.
Yeah.
Be part of
Well,
the
or just
solution.
be
Yes, I
part
agree.
of the
Come on panel.
solution. Yeah.
Exactly. Come on panel or don't say anything at all is really how I feel. I'm
Yeah.
really kind of fed up with a big part of the community and how the community is acting. And I'm not better than the community in any way. I just feel like I see over the community, and sometimes I'm like, community, do better, dude. Like, are we like this? I know some of us are, but I don't think in general that this is who we are. At least I did not think so.
Okay. I'm starting to feel like because there's more focus and more attention coming, even if it's negative attention on the fact of the panel and who's up there, that now there are more people trolling it just to watch it, just to make, either report back to her or to make their random, comments and I'm telling you, and I'll say it publicly, I don't give a shit. Okay. That person there tonight, okay, that was interrupting Greebo, that's one of them. You can just first of all, I have said this to Justice about, people going up there and soft soaking Monty for a good 25, 30 minutes. It's like, okay, we get it. All right, we get it. But there's another little pathway that they were going down. And the way they were going down was to make it known that they pay Chantel, that they're a member, and then now they're not a member anymore. I don't know, because I wasn't, like half the time she was talking, it was so unintelligible and so like, there was no points being made. It was just going on and on and on. And then she kept interrupting Greebo and kept interrupting Shell and kept interrupting, myself. And I'm like, that's why I turned around and I said, listen, let's stop
Thank you for
talking
that.
over each other. Yeah. When there's
Thank
new
you for saying
people.
that, seriously.
And even when I said that, she still did it,
Right.
Right, Clark.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's exactly it.
Yes, Clark. I
It
totally agree.
really,
And I don't think
really,
there's anything wrong with
it
flirting or anything, but
yeah, it killed the it was not a conversation anymore, and it just made it really uncomfortable. And I was, yeah, and it just, yeah, and it's unfortunate because, and Monty's such a nice guy, and it's like everybody's entitled to their opinion, but if it gets to the point where you're just saying the same couple things over and over, or you're not progressing the conversation, or you've not been involved in watching any of the videos that were supposedly up there to discuss, it's kind of like, well, what is going on here? What is, like, there's no point being made. You're not progressing the conversation. You're interrupting everybody. And like, I'm the queen of interrupting, because like the first couple times I was on panel, I kept interrupting people, but it wasn't because I was trying to. My old headphones had a delay, and so it would sound like nobody was talking to me, and it was just an absolute nightmare.
totally.
But this wasn't that. This felt, I don't know. It just kind of just changed the whole vibe, and the chat just did, and it just, like I said, and the bottom line is I don't ever want to see Monty's chat turn against him or against the channel or leave because they're like, oh, it's boring. I don't want to see people be mean, but I also don't want just trolls sitting up there saying the same two things over and over and over, and just the conversation goes nowhere. It was just a little, I don't know. Just it was interesting. I'll leave it at that.
It was trash. It was hot effing garbage trash is what it was.
And that too. Well said. I'm trying to
And
be
that has
diplomatic, and
Yeah, I know
fucking
you are.
Justice
That's
coming
why I
in.
stepped in and said that. Yeah, that's not her words. That's not Greebo's words at all. Exactly. It's what I'm saying. And it has nothing to do with Monty or the regulars or you guys chat. I'm not saying everyone was just hot garbage trash, but that particular panel with things that were going on and how disappointed I was in chat. It was hot garbage is what it was. It was like someone walked up and just lit a match in a dumpster and went, peace, and walked away. And that's what I felt like was going
Yeah.
on, you know? And I'm like, what is
Yeah.
this? What is this discourse? What are we doing?
Yeah, and I noticed a lot of people were just kind of, you could tell people were still lurking, but they just are the community itself kind of stopped talking, and the conversation was no longer about the thing we come together to talk about. I don't know, it just got weird to me.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and Leanie made a very good point. She said, "I wonder what Chantel would think if she saw me on panel." Like, there you go, dead giveaway. What?
yeah, exactly. But okay, I'm charging my other iPad, so I can't see chat. So you guys keep talking. I
Mhm.
have to get a fucking cup
Okay.
of coffee or I will
Yeah,
die.
go,
I'm
go,
dying.
go.
I'm listening.
That's fine. That's
Okay.
fine.
Actually, let me try something.
Hi, Foxy.
Oh, you can still hear me, right?
We can.
Okay, hold on. Let me try something else. I'm supposed to be able to mute these. Here, did you hear me say, can you hear me a second ago?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Fuck it. I'm just going to mute it right here on the iPad.
Especially when she said, "I wonder what
Alrighty.
Chantel will say about me being on panel." Exactly. That's crazy. Hey, Foxy.
Ah. I never feel like this, like no matter how much I mod or like I'm always on modding, I'm always on all the channels, like I'm always trying to do my best, but like today was like a tipping point for me of like I felt like it more and more lately, but today I was like F the community, like I'm gonna blow this all up. Like,
I
and I
knew.
don't, like I said, I just feel like that normally.
Well, you saw, I kept sending you messages with little eyes, like, "Are you
Yes.
seeing what I'm seeing,
Yes.
hearing what like, I put the monkey
Yes.
thing with the covering his
Yes.
ears, like, hearing what I'm
Yep.
hearing, and I
Yep.
kept looking,
Yep.
and at some point, I said to Greebo, I said, "Justice must," she's like, "No, I think she's lurking in the chat," but yeah,
No,
it was
no, I'm not.
just
No, I left
yeah.
for like an hour. I never came back. I came and I was there for a while and I was like, I left and I never came back again. I'm like, this, this is hot garbage and I want
Holy
nothing to do.
moly,
And
if
I'm
you
just going to turn evil.
right, if you watch it, it's very painfully obvious. I don't want to say names or anything of that nature, but if you watch it, it's extremely obvious. And then I jump off after that. So you'll see why.
Yeah, it was that person that like we're all talking about, but for me personally, Holy, it was everybody. And I literally every person in chat and on panel, but it was everybody that was acting incredibly immature and not thinking about Monty and that this is his channel. Number one, this is Monty's
Mhm.
channel. Respect it. Not that you can't have strong opinions or get upset or anything, but respect that and respect the people that are there every day, like me and Greebo and Kitty, that are
Mhm.
just trying to keep this community afloat. And I asked, hey, could you please not say that? Or I'm going to delete that comment. I understand what you're saying, but could you not repeat it? And people just keep repeating and keep doing the same shit. It's like, this is so disrespectful to me, to Monty, to Greebo, to Kidney J, to Natural Ginger. Stop it. Stop acting like a child. This is so rude.
And I think it would help out a little bit at this juncture, only because of just all of this negative exposure. If Monty kind of set out a disclaimer, before every panel offering, I mean, still have people up, still say, we invite everybody, but kind of give it like, either give them a time or say like, we can't have certain things, I don't know how he would have to phrase it, but you know what I'm saying? Just to keep it a little bit more controlled than it's been, I mean, and it's unfortunate for me to say that because we have such great people that are always there. They keep everything going, and like you and Greebo and Buddha and Ray and
Yeah, the
Andrew, people
fantastic
like
people
that.
on the panel. Yes.
Right,
And
right.
you. Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah, well,
I
here's the thing. No, go for it.
no, I feel the pressure, not pressure. I don't want to say pressure. I feel the tension from the chat, and that's why I kept saying, I'm watching, I'm paying attention. Like I want them to know that sometimes when they communicate things, because sometimes I'm like, I don't they're not even answering. They're not even seeing. I see it. I do. I just don't want to be rude and I don't want to interrupt and I don't want to yell out anything because that's not my place. But I said at the end, like, I see you guys and I know what you guys are saying. And just know that, you're cared about and don't worry about what people say about you because that's exactly how I feel. It's like I feel like everybody now you're being put under a fine microscope and you gotta, like, there is such a weird kind of thing. And I'm like, don't make these people feel uncomfortable in a place they love coming to. You know what I'm saying?
Right. No, yes, I do know what you're saying. And like the
Mhm.
weird thing about it is before that person went on, I don't think I've ever said this before, but that person was asking to come on, and I sent her the link, and in the link when I sent her in that message, I said, "Please behave." I said, "Please behave when you go on panel," and I had no reason to say that. I've never said that to anybody before. I don't think, maybe except for
Mhm.
Megan when she was trying to go up, but besides that, I've never said anything like that. And I guess I just had an into it because she was like, "What? I'm being good." And I was like, "No, I'm just telling you. I say this to everyone." You go back and see it in the comments. I was like, "I say this to everyone. I don't." But I
Mhm.
just had a feeling. And then she got on and bingo bango. And it was like, I'd never even seen this person. I don't know him, but I knew it was going to be trouble just from the second they asked for a link.
Mhm. Mhm. Exactly. And and it's not my place to say anything like Monty, I don't know about that, but and I respect the fact that he seemed to enjoy this person's whatever their opinion was, but it was getting weirder and weirder and weirder. And I'm like, all right, enough, I'm out. And I appreciate what he said because somebody asked where did I go, and he's like, I think Holly's in the chat. Sometimes some
Yeah.
conversation's not for everyone. I appreciated
Yes.
that. I was like, I'm good, thank you.
Yes. He did say that. Yeah.
Hmm.
Right.
See, and yeah, Akasha makes a good point. She's like they're still getting them at Mrs. Fields and also at Kaya as well. Isn't that right? You guys are getting a little bit more trollish over
Oh,
there too.
yeah, this is where this part of this anger is coming from, is because it's not just Monty. As you know, I mod on a lot of
Mhm.
channels in the squirrel
Right.
world, and
Right, right.
the VIBs and ex VIBs are just, anyways. Yes, there's a lot of them. There's so many of them. Look at Leanie said, "I saw that you said that to that person. Justice, yes, I thought you might have known them because I said
Mhm.
that to them. I just said it to them because it was my gut. I was like, I don't have a
Mhm.
good gut feeling about this person." But
Clark,
it
I
is
was
not
I
my
was
channel.
I
Our
was
people
telling
come from
Grebo,
Monty.
right. I was telling Grebo on another chat. I was like, Don't leave me up here. Don't leave me up here with this,
Yeah,
please." Um,
right, right.
exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, especially in Kaya's chat. Yeah,
Mhm. I
yeah.
don't know how you have the patience. Honestly, again, I was watching it with you guys last night because Justice and I were kind of, watching Kaya's, and I saw a one particular one in general just talking about absolutely nothing, going on and on, and I saw her today in Chantel's and she does the same exact thing. I'm like, what
I think I know who
benefit
you're
is
talking about. Yeah,
this? Yeah, I think you know. I think you know. I'm like, what
I
benefit
do.
is this? She's not even talking to Chantel. She's talking about herself. What the hell is going on here?
Yeah.
That's why I said before, and
That
I'm going to
that I
say,
I
yeah, go ahead.
no,
Go
no,
ahead,
no.
Justin.
Please go.
I'm
Um,
gonna
No, no,
say
no.
this is
Talk about it.
Greebo. My coffee's made. I am
awesome.
now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, you're good.
Okay, my
Yeah.
coffee's made. I'm now adding the creamer. Give me like 2 more minutes,
Yeah, no
and I got
problem.
yeah.
We gotcha.
Okay, take your time. Yeah.
What I was going to say, oh, I said before, and I know it sounds again to just just hear me out, guys. There's a special kind of mindset that goes into Chantel's chat. That sits there and promotes her and has a feeling of a relationship with her and you can see it's very apparent. And I get it, but at the same time it's also extremely toxic and it keeps that validity of all of her behavior going. And then when they come into our chats and they're throwing themselves in there, it's so blatantly obvious. And I'm like, oh my God, not over here too, please. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm, Mm. Yes, yes, I more than know what you're saying, dude.
I thought for a minute, I
I do.
thought for a minute, like Tiger Talks. What's going on?
Okay, this is Greebo. So my coffee's not done, but I just wanted to throw out there when certain individuals said that Chantal's editing was great. Like
Oh.
I choked on the coffee I was drinking. I'm like, they have the place for that comment. You know what I mean? Remember
I'm dying.
and I said, you mean the Beezer show? And then there were compliments made, and I will say this again, because you do the bare minimum required to call yourself a creator does not make you brilliant. It makes you average at best. Okay, I'm gonna go back to getting my coffee ready.
And maybe it's because we are so familiar with YouTube and the way things go and how algorithms work and how content creators work and how editing works. Maybe we're a little bit more kind of like, really? You think that's something? I don't know. Again, it sounds like I'm coming off of, ego here because I can't talk. I'm not the greatest editor either. But, I put out
No, it doesn't
what
sound like ego. It sounds like facts.
right. I put out what I'm capable of. So there's that. I don't ever claim I'm like this, pretentiously amazing content creator that's got all of this wonderful background and all of this wonderful, like equipment and all this other junk. I get on my phone or I get on my camera, I put on my ring light and I just go for it. You know what I'm saying? But I don't sit there and say like, I would never put myself up there like with the higher people that do what I do. I just do my little part in this and I enjoy it and I enjoy people on my channel and I'm very open here. I've always been that way. Benefit of the doubt. You have something to say, fine, come and say it. But there's that
Editing is hard.
Mm-hmm.
Editing is very hard. In fact, like to me, it's like because of health stuff I have going on, I have so many great ideas and I used to make more videos, but editing takes a lot of work and a lot of time. Well, at least when you have an iPad, right? And I use free software because I'm not rich. And so when you're limited by the software and stuff, it like, for sometimes my little 1 minute or a minute and 37-second videos, that might be like 3 hours of editing or something crazy, to get it the way you want it. And see, I'm different than you, Collie. Like, I'll completely come on here and be like, I'm the shit, worship me. But, I'm just grandiose that way. But no, really, it's like, I think that's all it takes for me to have some respect for somebody is for them to try your best, because I have found some crazy little channels with just where you're like, what? But I'll give it a thumbs up and leave a comment. You know why? Because they tried. They did their best. Just my opinion, what Chantal does is it's like she straps a GoPro to her head and just goes about her daily life. That's not creating anything. You're not creating content. You're simply yeah, it's just she's not a creator, at best she's a videographer that doesn't edit. I don't know.
GoPro,
Anyway,
that would actually take effort. We're talking she puts her phone in her bag and we have to see her from underneath her chin. Come on now.
Well, and those GoPros don't have filters. And has anybody else noticed how she's completely gone back to that phone? I think the fact is because that she doesn't
filters.
She was supposed to send that tracking camera she doesn't like to Angie and Sanj, or Sanji and whatever, those two. Sandy
Badge.
And then and it doesn't have the filters, and I truly think that she can't deal with the way she looks. Because if you even look at her older videos before she had the max filter setting, it's like she hasn't lost weight. She's just figured out how to use the filters, man. And so she can't be bothered with that computer. Oh, and if you're listening, Chantal, I'll take the computer. I can give you a P.O. box. Dox me. I don't care. Anyway, I'm going to go finish putting the creamer in my coffee. I know, I'll shut up.
Yeah, I agree, Cesar.
Your
It is
video
healthy.
was really good, Polly. I watched your Ipsy video today.
Thank you. And again, I'm the most self-conscious person out there. Thank you. I listen.
You looked
I'm looking.
great. You sounded great.
I'm like, why is my camera making me look like I came out of a cartoon? What is
You know
happening?
what? Let me make you feel and sound better. Hey everybody, my name's Greebo, and I think I might have showered on Monday. What is today? Okay, go on.
Thanks, Greebo. Like I said, I make no mistake. I've always said to my audience from the very beginning, this is not, because back in the day, it was all about you need to get this kind of ring light and this kind of camera. And you had to spend like $800 on the best
Yeah,
Canons
for the
and all this other
in the
crap. Yeah.
beauty community, right? We
Oh,
both came
yeah.
from that, right?
Exactly. And it was like, how
High
you have to
standards.
like, right, you have to have your products like positioned in a certain way. I'm like, the fuck out of here with all that. I'm all
Right.
about being the budget person. I'm sorry. So that's where I directed it. And everything else came along and it was enjoyable. That's what I'm saying. I see no enjoyment out of this woman making whatever she calls content. If you really love your channel that much and you really value it, you would put more of just the love into it. And I don't see that. And it pisses me off when people talk about YouTube. And it's like, again, but you're putting yourself on a platform that gave you that opportunity and everything you could do with it. I mean, you've seen some people really succeed, and then you see some people really, really take it to, the dregs of society. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying? But
a
thank you,
thousand
Jessica.
percent.
Mm-hmm.
I can't see the chat, so if anybody can keep me filled in by my iPad.
Yep.
And the other, like the reason I started speaking to YouTube, I started my channel is I got this. I used to live for years in this tiny 500 square foot apartment, right? And I got to the point where, I could schlep in the laundry 3 flights one way. It just, and the cost. And I just creep out when you see the things people wash because like bed bugs. And so, and I searched on YouTube for videos about the specific small, can go into an apartment, those, little automatic washers and dryers, right? And I
Mm-hmm.
just couldn't find videos that went over the models I had and that were newer. I mean, the ones I found were like 4.5 years old. So I literally just made videos reviewing, and this is how it works, and like, gosh, the one got like a ridiculous amount. And that's how it got me started. You know what I mean? But the point is I was just trying to do a very simple, basic review. Here's how you use this thing. And it made me have a newfound appreciation for how much work goes into making a video and editing a video and stuff. And then the amount of abusive, hateful comments. I mean, I literally made fairly thorough reviews on 3 appliances, right? These 3 appliances, I couldn't find any reviews or how to use. And the ridiculous abusive views, like, why are you wearing those pajama bottoms? Or, like, get a better mic. And I'm like, really? So, the hate, the amount of hate that
Mm-hmm.
creators get. And so I understand when Chantal says, "Oh, haters, right?" But I will also tell you somebody that the one video I think has like 28 or 30,000 views, and I got substantial comments because I'm the only person that reviews this particular model. That made up a fraction of a fraction. The hate, the internet assholes. It
Mm-hmm.
was like 0.03%. It was such a small minority. So for me to say, and everybody, makes fun of the fact I blink a lot, or you know what I mean, just the petty small photographable issues, right? Or
Mm-hmm.
it's like that is such a small amount. And I even think for somebody like Chantal, I have no doubt she gets troll comments and a lot of hate over her weight and things. She can control her weight, but things she can't control. But it's not the majority. I wouldn't even say it. I would guess it's probably even a pittance if you really look at the, because I used to read her comments back before she used to leave it all up. Like back in the day when she had less than 1,000 subscribers, she left up all her comments, and I'm telling you, there was always that guy. But I don't suspect it's went up. I really think it's I don't even know where I was going with this. Sorry, I've been drinking coffee all day. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I actually was just laughing at Clark. I'm telling you, we're gonna have a bunch of Bonnie people now. People are gonna be changing their names to Bonnie. I swear I should do the same thing. Next time I go up on panel, I'm just gonna write
So
Bonnie.
funny story. The whole time I was on the East Coast, like I went to City University, New York City College and stuff. And the whole time I lived there, I literally went, my student ID and everything, I went by the name Bonnie Papadopoulos because I really thought the last name Papadopoulos. And I couldn't afford to live in Manhattan anymore. So I moved out to like Long Island City or wherever it was. Yeah,
Greek?
Long Island City. Yeah, it was in a Greek neighborhood, and I'm renting like the third floor of this, this nice apartment I made with my buddies. And I thought the name Papadopoulos was a pretty awesome Greek name, right? Because I'm living in a Greek neighborhood, and I literally just started going by Bonnie Papadopoulos. So the name Bonnie has a special place in my heart, and I don't care what Bonnie talks about.
Me either. And Bonnie should have the freedom to do so.
Right? Yes, Cindy Lou. People are cruel when they have the ability to sit behind the screen. And here's how you can tell somebody has integrity. Opinions by Great Greebo, shocking. Is I can 1,010% say that anything I say on this panel, I would say to somebody's face. You know what I mean? Like, do not come online and say things, or like I said, that's why I turned my camera on, because the things I say, I would say to somebody's face. But people who sit anonymously with their Japanimation avatar and the name like Internet Hater or something, it's like, you know what? It's like, here's me being a little bit snarky, crawl out of mommy's basement, take a shower, cut your neck beard, and if you have something to say it, but, put a face to it and have a little bit of respect. This random mean hater or, stuff like that. I can appreciate a good troll. But there's a real fine line between trolling and SJW. And like, I am an extremely liberal person overall, but the social justice warrior people, yeah, once again, those kind of people, I would give a high five to the forehead with a chair, and I don't mind having in-person conversations. And I also don't mind uncomfortable conversations. Like if I don't like something, I'll say it. If I disagree with you, I'll say it. If I think you're wrong, I'll say it. If I think you're being an asshole, I'll say it. And so that's the issue with strangers on the internet that think they can be mean and petty because they hide behind a keyboard. And that's why I don't, now I'm really making this about me. I will send you a check for $75, everybody in chat, because this is turning into therapy. But I feel that that you can, like I made this joke earlier, that you can be petty for a second for a joke, to lighten the mood, or or make a joke in a parody, but to just flat out be mean and say hateful things about and disgusting things about things that cannot be changed about individuals, it really doesn't further the conversation, and it really does lower the conversation to the level that Chantal operates at. And
Right. There's a time.
yeah.
Listen. There's a time and a place for that. And if that's something that you enjoy doing, you can take that to your own channel. And that's what I was getting annoyed at. All right. I'm not going to even go further with that. You know what I'm saying?
Jocelyn's mom, WSU, woohoo! That's where I got my went to graduate school. So good school. But no, 1,000%. It's like it needs to be a nuanced conversation, and I really do believe that if you're going to come up with your opinions, come up with opinions about the things she's saying and doing. I really am so tired of the running commentary about things that can't be changed. You know what I mean? Yeah, she's super morbidly obese. Yeah, she shaved her head. Yeah, you know what I mean? And but if you want to talk about the things, it's like she can't change those things, but she doesn't need to eat the way she does. The not bathing and constantly flashing body parts is problematic. The not wearing clean clothes and or going out when you're sick. These are all behaviors that she has control of, and she chooses to behave in a disgusting manner. And like I said, like I said, and this is me totally getting petty, how she gets all tough. Oh, I dare you. Come on. I dare you. I swear to God, I might give a pint of blood just to run into her in a parking lot. So I could be like, I think I know you. And then bring up a few things she said and say, is that how you actually feel? And watch her turn red and scurry for a rock to crawl under. You know, she's one of those people. She's all bark, no bite. And I can guarantee you, we've seen when she's confronted with things like that one time Natter stuck the camera in front of her and made her apologize.
Oh,
She all meek and she tucked her tail and stuff. And that right there shows that Chantal showed us who she is. She is all talk. You know, she goes away. She's a shit talker, and she's a shit talker behind your back. And that is why she doesn't have close friends anymore, is because, you know, childhood friends will put up with a lot of stuff, but realistically, she's a misogynist to the ninth, and she would never say anything to anybody's face. You know, she's all talk, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that. I'd be like, bring it on, Cupcake. I'd love to sit down and have a cup of coffee with you and ask some questions, but I don't think she doesn't have the balls to do it, or the ovaries for the SJWs out there. She just doesn't. She's all talk, and you can just see from the things she said how Natter was spewing that hate about her mother cheating on her stepdad and all this stuff. You could tell that Chantal had said very intimate and private family matters and had discussed it with McStabby, and that guy is so vile, and and I expect nothing from him, but the fact Chantal would do that with her family is, I know Chantal is 1,000% one of those pick-me girls. You know what I mean? Not trustworthy. You can't tell her anything. She is not your friend. She will throw you under the bus. She would rat her friends out to get herself out of trouble. She's that kind of person, and I have no respect for somebody like that. You know, do we all screw up? 1,000%. Do I own up to it? 99.9% of the time. There's two things in my life that I still will not admit I'm wrong, even though in my head I know I was wrong. But that's part of growing up and being a productive member of society. And, you know, and Chantal is none of these things. And, but I can't hate her. Like I said, she's entertainment at this point. She is free entertainment, but I am tired of the monetization of the hate and the ignorance and just the general lack of respect for everybody and the misinformation. It just, I don't know, you know.
speaking of entertainment, Cesar, your girlfriend, put up a new video. We were watching the other one before, but you know, see, and even her, you know, she made some pretty decent points about Chantel's lack of apology, which I if she was, maybe she's a little bit more sober in this video, because she actually sounds a little bit more articulate than the last two she made. That's for that. I'm sorry, I'm bad.
I'm
I'm
gonna go look for my phone so I can see the comments. I hate sitting up here and talking and not being able to see chat.
No, I get you.
Yeah, it's hard.
Bonnie Bengali. You're not right. You're not right. Driving in her four-banger. I mean, she making these videos under a waterfall? That's what I want to know. There's always like pouring water, and I have no idea. Justice.
Getting let's see. Let me see. What's your channel's name? I'm sorry, I'm totally drawing a blank right now.
My channel?
Yeah, because I need to look at the chat because my iPad's dead.
Cauliflower.
Well, it's because I'm Googling it and I'm just pulling it up. I'm sorry.
Cauliflower.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but I just, you know how it is, like all of a sudden you're like, words are hard.
Or you can call me, Chloe, like Kaya does.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, hold on.
Hey, Chloe. My sister's name.
Is it really?
Oh, wow.
That's
you
awesome.
got a big family?
Yeah. Not Chloe. Chloe is, yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, I do.
Have a massive family. Yeah, I've got like 10 brothers and sisters.
Yeah, I don't have a family like yours, but yeah, that's insane.
Listen, so, Chloe's a very pretty name.
It is. So that's, like I said, like I'll discuss, like, to navigate a really large vocal family, like your verbal skills become extremely important, and be able to have witty comebacks. It's a survival mechanism, and I truly feel it prepared me for public speaking, because nothing shocks me, nothing upsets me. You know what I mean? It's like I've got 37 first cousins and 10 brothers and sisters. It's like the internet. It's like kind of lightweight.
Jessica
Okay.
says, I'm just listening. I'm rewatching the end of Monty's After Dark. I contemplated whether I should pull it up, just for reference's sake, because, I don't like to sit up here and talk about stuff and be like, and everybody's like, I didn't see it. I didn't see it. I mean, if you guys want to see it, I'll pull it up. I have no issue with that. I don't know. How do you feel about that,
Fuck's sake, bring it
Justice?
up.
All
No,
right.
it's not me. It is not my channel. It has nothing. Just do it. Yeah, if people want to see it, do it.
All right.
My emotions have nothing to do with this channel.
That's fine. Emotions are, they're welcomed here. Okay, so this was it. Where was Foodie Beauty? Blah 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 blah.
I know. No, I actually don't want my emotions to be affecting what's going on your channel.
Oh no,
and
absolutely
it
not.
So.
Yeah. Well, and it's like I pointed out, like Holly and I have disagreed about many things, but it's about coming together and having a good conversation versus just that awkward as fuck. It felt like one of those things, like, where you have to go to something. You're like, okay, I've done my time here. Can I go now? It didn't flow. It didn't feel right. It felt trolly, and it was just, yuck.
All right, let me get to that point because
let's clear up who
Yeah.
we're talking about here. Because I feel like some people think we're talking about Tiger Talks, and we're not.
No, not about this. Not in this. No.
I can't. So I got to admit, like when somebody is talking shite, I completely tune out, and so
Okay.
like I can't even remember the name. I honestly can't. Why isn't my internet?
Smooth Choco something.
Yeah, she didn't say much in the beginning because Greebo was talking.
Well, she did. Like I said, when you have to point out that you're a paying member of Chantal's chat 8 times, 8.5 technically. Like I said, it's like there's a place and time. Like there's a place and time to talk about your political views or how you voted. This isn't that. There's a place and time to be a Chantal supporter or member. This isn't.
Right.
You know what I mean? It just didn't feel like an appropriate place or time to be discussing that aspect of your life. Like, if that makes sense.
Clark, I will totally. I know we're not playing her right now, but I'll totally play the DD video after this. I have no issue with that. All right, let me see where I'm trying to get to the point where she starts talking. Let's see.
I'm trying to see who's in chat now.
And that's possibly why he's not coping and not able to work right now. And his comment about the Republicans, I feel like the people in power, the rich people, like to pit the little people against each other. And I think he's falling for that.
Yeah, it's a low IQ. Had to say about legal precedents. It's a low IQ Florida argument. And transgender issues. And like I said, maybe that's right, but I'm just saying the way Pete's has hunkered down and dug in.
All right, Greebo, not that I don't want to hear you talk about Pete's.
No, it's fine. Like I said, I don't actually
seriously, and she wants.
It's crazy.
Oh, sorry, Greebo.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that it seems like. I just lost my train of thought. It left the station.
I
don't want to interrupt anyone. How's my audio doing?
You're good, Stinky.
Perfect, thanks.
Can I check mine too?
Yes, you're good. Hear you. So I was going to say about what Cauliflower said about Norma Ray. Norma Ray was about one individual working with a large group of oppressed people.
I know that.
Advantage of, like, horribly, and stood up and was elaborating on what you had said. And so Foodie Beauty, like, her thought is like she thinks she's like this warrior for all these people that are bullied online, and she's just so blind to the fact that she herself is in fact a bully, and that these channels are not dependent on her because 99.9% of them are already gainfully employed. This is a hobby. And number 2, all they're doing is supplying a place for reaction to the monetized content. You know what I mean? That she's putting out. They could switch to something else. This is called an open dialogue. When you put things online, you open yourself up to criticism. It's fair use, Chantal. What Chantal wants is the opposite of fair use. She wants to create a dictatorship where she gets to decide. She's the thought police, and she just the hypocrisy, it's hilarious. And she truly, and I said hilarious, not hilarious, but that's me stressing how ridiculous she sounds. And her sick burns are about on par with maybe a third grader. Like, seriously, I know fourth graders that flat out would just make her cry with, she just cannot. I do think that the drug use has really started to show that she just can't. She just has to go for like the lowest blow. You're ugly. You're fat. You
I
look at
don't
that.
think
You're
she's thinking
kids.
rationally. Yeah.
No, well, the drug use. That's what
Yeah.
happens when you're on psychotropics.
Well,
Because regardless of what you think about THC, it's a
Okay.
mind-altering,
Okay,
mood-changing
but she's
chemical.
not just on THC.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
This isn't THC.
Yeah,
I'm a
she's on
cancer
a bit
survivor.
more than that.
I'm a
Yeah,
cancer
well-
survivor, and I take THC daily to kind of manage my symptoms. And I'm not irrationally, I'm not belligerent, I'm not irresponsible and impulsive. Like, there's
You think I should
underlying
stress the
mental
word
health issues,
copious
drug
amounts of
issues.
THC,
I'm concerned,
Polly?
but at the same time, she's not concerned for herself.
No.
And I kind of
Yeah.
tracking back on what like FFG said earlier, we can make her irrelevant. Like, these oh my goodness, I apologize. These reaction channels keep her relevant. We've all known this. But today, Chantal said to FFG, or if it was today, I can't remember what FFG was reacting to today. It was something along the lines of, is this what your legacy is going to be, as being a bully? And FFG kind of went like, that's what you see as a legacy, is your YouTube reputation. Like, this is her entire life because of how much she has trashed due to her mental health and drug addiction. And it's really just sad to witness, but
Can I clarify? Can I clarify something?
Can I just say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Thanks, guys. Okay, so yeah, like just what you said as well. That's not the first time that she said that. You remember just when her channel was getting taken away, just before it got taken away, she was like, "Is this going to be my legacy? Is this going to be my legacy?" And then her channel got taken away, and then it came back, and now she thinks she's bigger than ever. Listen, I don't dislike the girl at all. It's just I don't care. So I sent a message today, just literally like an hour ago. Did she just come back online and then jump off?
She was on for an hour and 18 minutes.
Really? Okay. So about an hour and 18 minutes ago, because I was enthralled in the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial, so I missed that somehow. But just before that, I sent a message and said, babes, we actually don't care. We don't care if you ever come back to YouTube again. Okay. And on top of that, I became a member this month. Yeah. And I've only got into this whole thing for the last like two to 3 months or so, but it's been a ride. It has been a ride. I'm not gonna lie, it's been a ride. It's been exciting, but I'm bored now. I'm bored. You're just going in circles. You're spiraling. And right at the beginning, when I saw it, I was like, she needs help. She needs mental health help immediately. And at this point, she really needs it. And nobody's getting that. Yeah? It's just like everybody's ignoring this. And it's just spiraling downwards.
I completely agree. When I look at Chantal, I see an extremely mentally ill individual who is exploiting themselves online. This is clear. Like, she is literally using her own suffering for the money at this point, because that's all she has. She has isolated herself from every opportunity in life. Even her family can't stand her. Like, if they wanted to be around her, she would be around them. Or I don't know, the relationship. It's just
I think
sad.
she's in that depression where her family does want to be around her.
Yeah.
But she can't be around them.
Yeah.
She can't be around anybody that's good for her. She can't do anything that's good for her. She just chooses the bad.
Yeah.
You know?
I see the whole channel as a cry for help, honestly.
Yeah, it's terrible. And it's just getting out of control. So I sent her a message today, just right now, like about an hour ago, just before this live that she started. And it was like, listen, babes, nobody cares if you come back or you don't. We don't care. We're living our lives. We really don't care. But you've got like ADHD and you've got PTSD and you're suffering from deep depression and you need to go deal with that. And then she came on live, allegedly.
Yeah, I feel like she treats live as a therapist. We've all known that.
It's paused, I think.
But
yeah.
I think it's paused again.
Hang on. Yeah, I'm talking to myself.
Oh.
I was basically
Me too.
saying,
I was just talking to myself too.
I know. I was basically saying, so wait a minute. She makes a comment about calling her all of these initials and then says, oh, and then she came on shortly after that.
And I became a member, and I said to her, you didn't say anything to her, darling. You left a post which was more than likely deleted because she set filters.
But
But
it's
thank
like,
you for telling us over and over that you've become a member.
she said, basically, she sent that message to her. Oh, and she came on an hour late. Are you saying that you're the reason? Are you the reason?
She came on an hour late. Oh, has she done a video? Yeah, we're talking about the hour and 18-minute video she recently dirty deleted that you haven't seen. But go ahead, push play. Like I said, I was so well behaved. Like my inner asshole was just like, let me out. I was
This
like, no.
part coming up is where I was starting to get very heated. All right, I'm gonna go back.
Yeah. This is where I started blowing Kali up. Like, I'm not.
Yes, she made a video.
So
and then she shouted at her
frustrating.
therapist as well.
It's also, this is at like, and I'll fall back on this. And so first of all, everybody in chat saying this isn't just THC. I'm talking about drugs in general, and copious use of any drug will mess you up. This isn't normal THC use. This is the amount, use beyond use, mixed with all
100%.
substance
Anything can be
abuse.
About THC.
And
I
so
think this is mental health.
Yeah.
yeah, and then number two, anybody that spent any time around addicts, this is addict 101 behavior. It's not just Chantal. You get around any addict that's in end stage use where they are using 24/7, day in and day out. This is the behavior you see. Is it a mental illness? Yeah, it is. You cannot address any of the base issues until you remove the substances because they are so biochemically, and anytime they feel anything, they change it with drugs, and so the emotions are just completely
she's
back
totally
and forth.
medicating with
100%.
these
And so
substances.
and she's choosing it, and it's sad, and she's like, well, I'm an addict, you can't addict shame me. And I say this every time, Chantal, your addiction is not your fault, but it is your responsibility. And once you've been made aware there's an issue, you have to choose to change it. And so she's
back at Nada's now, so she doesn't care.
Can I just say how I've dealt with mental health trauma. I have medical trauma. I'm not trying to pity party. I'm just trying to preface where I'm coming from. I've been in extensive therapy my entire life, and I live in the States, and for a while I didn't have health insurance. My mental health literally spiraled purely because I could not afford to go to therapy. So this woman is out here doing like, look at me ER trips and not paying her freaking taxes, and then she has literally free access to therapy. Some people here would cut off their right foot to get free access to therapy after the literal hellscape this country has become. Like, it is dangerous and terrifying.
But that's not the only the only thing that she cuts her nose off to spite her face for. That's not the only thing. It's everything.
I just want to say I would not recommend cutting your right foot off.
That's a very, very intense,
or cutting your nose off.
Honestly, or your wallet in half, because that's kind of what it feels like. It's terrifying. But yeah, very much so hilarious to see. It's also performative. The fake.
No, it was funny for a bit. It was funny for a bit. I think I'm getting actually a bit bored now. So
I just wish she would stop calling what she does.
Joined up. I joined up
joined
when I
her
became
as
a
a
member,
member.
and I thought,
Haha,
well, you
member.
know, there was.
Oh, I guess we lost somebody.
We're all
Oh, right in the
members.
middle of something. Okay.
All of
Stinky, did you have something to say?
every one of
Oh,
us.
just not at the moment. I was kind of into what she was saying, but we can keep on going.
Okay.
was
Kim T says, "Hey, Monty and
Flock,
gorgeous panel. Thank you, Kim T.
T,
Appreciate you. Chuckle,
you're a
you're
member.
back. What happened?
Sorry.
Oh,
No worries. So
So-
continue.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
oh Lord.
Yeah,
I
unfortunately,
think my
we can't.
face touched the phone. Anyway, I joined up and I became a member, and I thought, oh my God, maybe she's got,
Member.
like,
I became a
you
member.
know, she's living her best life,
Yes,
This is so
and
much more palatable.
you
Watching
know, nobody can tell her what to do.
right.
She's doing what she's doing. But at that point, she wasn't with Nada, right? Cool.
Here comes the stupid. I'm sorry.
And
This
then it
is
just started
weirdness.
going downhill again. So that's what it does. It just goes round in
Oh.
circles. It's just a vicious circle that goes deeper and deeper into hell every time. And I'm kind of sick of it now. It's boring.
I just
Okay.
wish that she would stop calling what she does work. How we're all stealing her work. The
Work.
reaction channels are stealing her work. Ma'am, you sit in front of the camera and stuff your face and smack at us and scream obscenities. That is not work.
This
Yeah,
is
she
not
has
work.
a
Yeah.
functioning channel
Did
that
you hear?
She hasn't done a one good day of work ever in her life.
My videos take extensive editing and it takes
mean,
me
you called her
days to get
content
them
amazing.
put together and out. That's
So-
actual work.
exactly.
I don't just flip on my camera and go, nom, 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 guys, this is so good.
So
Well,
I'm gonna
did you
just go to
hear
the
the other
outhouse and
night?
shit my pants for 2.5 seconds. I'll be right back.
What?
Did you hear the other night? Was it 2 nights or
There
the
she
last
goes.
time she streamed where she talked about being a creator? Like she really thinks, like she referred to herself as a creator on YouTube.
This was me trying to
And
bring
I
the
I think
conversation
that
back
she's missing
around.
here
and
is the
yeah,
fact that if she was gone tomorrow, nobody's gonna miss this. Nobody's going to miss this.
Wow.
Right?
This
This
is
is
rough
not.
rewatching
This
this.
is
yeah,
not
and so
art.
she
It's not art.
referred to herself as a creator, and it's like and I don't think she understands that she used to be a creator. Like she used to put out pre-recorded videos. You know, you have
Right,
to
holy
record
moly,
them,
it
and
got
I
really
have a small
weird.
YouTube channel, and it does. It takes
It
some
did.
work. You gotta film it, and then the editing is what takes all the time. You got to chop it up and this, and do I have to do this? And so I think
Worse
in her
than I
mind,
remember.
she still thinks of
Right,
herself
puppy.
as a creator, and I don't think she understands that
Worse than we
she's
all
not
remember.
really
I have
a
a question.
creator.
I have a question, babes. You remember the Beezer show when it first
Can I get
started? Yeah? And there were like 3
some
videos on there.
some I don't know hearts in the chat for the fact I did not reach to the scream and strangle this woman, because like she wouldn't let anybody finish a thought, and she just wanted to talk about her agenda, which was she was a member and that she hasn't been around very long, and so anyway, go on.
And they were like trolling videos. Did she make that?
Okay, here it comes. Yes.
Did you see that?
Here it is. Yeah.
Carnival is stupid.
Everyone shut up, including me.
Well, she's bloody brilliant at editing then.
Yeah, her income flashed before her eyes, so she had to actually put in work for a second.
Oh wow,
bloody
she is
brilliant.
actually really good. If she did that for 2.5 seconds in her life, she could actually be really good. That was amazing. I need to delete them immediately.
Yeah, I think the quick money with like live streaming
is so good.
such a scary combination on top of the addiction, because some people have to go out and like work for their money. Like as a CNA, I bust my ass for 12 hours.
Like a real
bloody
job.
brilliant.
Yeah,
Cindy.
I'm not discrediting the skill and effort and time it takes to create YouTube content. There's a strategy, and it's something I'm not very well versed in, but oh my absolute goodness, it's just scary because she can hop on, make some coins, and then just go whatever she wants to do with it, continue to evade taxes, and then just come back and make some more money, and all because she is a train wreck. Like,
Hi, Raven.
That's at this
Welcome.
point, that's what the
promise
fan
you,
base
it's not
is
really going
people
to last that
watching.
much longer.
Yeah, I
Mm.
definitely think either
It's
her
not going to
liver
last
or her
much
channel will
longer.
fail.
We got Shell Bell at the back.
One or
Shell
the other.
Bell, I'm banning
Oh,
you
this is
now.
when I get angry.
Hi, Shell
Yeah.
Bell.
Hi, everyone.
This is when everyone got angry.
I just wanted
I mean, I was already
to
angry,
join the
but
conversation
this
about
really
I mean,
broke the channel.
her channel is just full of people that don't like her.
Here comes Collie.
It's not going to work.
Collie.
Guys,
gonna
let's
work.
not interrupt each other when someone new comes up. Sorry, Shell Bell, go ahead.
Yeah,
Okay,
hey, no
sorry.
worries. Hey, no worries.
Sorry,
So
Get it,
I
Collie.
have
And
a
she still did
background
it.
in
And she still
mental
did it.
health. I was a therapist for years, and I
Yep.
teach psychology at
You
university.
try. I
and
really
I have
appreciate
lots
that
to talk
moment,
about
though.
Chantel's mental health and her diagnoses. I think that there's a tendency to pathologize bad behavior, even when it's not necessarily indicative of a mental health condition. She does have some kind of an eating
Look how
disorder.
happy
There's no doubt
Greebo
about
looks
that.
as she's
I also
talking.
doubt that she has
Greebo's like, yes.
anxiety and depression. But let's face it, I mean, most people do to some degree, right?
Especially in this climate.
Absolutely. I think that she absolutely has oppositional defiant disorder. Chantel loves to shock people. She loves to gross people out. She revels in that. You know, she delights in upsetting people, and in anybody, you know, anybody gives her advice, she's going to do the opposite. You know, and she even says that. She, you know, she'll say, you know, if you tell me that, I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to do whatever I want. And so, you know, it's in my professional opinion, I think she's a spoiled brat.
Yes.
You know, she's just immature and a spoiled brat.
Amen, Shell Bell.
Yeah, I don't
Right
think that
on.
like there's so much, you know, I think there's and I understand and it's great that some people are sympathetic, you know, and they're trying to be kind in the sense that they're attributing her behavior to some kind of underlying, you know, psychopathology. But, you know, I think that the root of it is she's just a spoiled brat. And of course the oppositional defiant disorder stuff. And she's just incredibly self-indulgent.
Do you remember when she was drunk in Cuba and she said, and I'll say these things and I will, so she is aware and I will manipulate you. I will manipulate you again into giving me your money is basically what she said.
I was trying to get Shell Bell
like
to
you
comment
said,
on
everybody
this,
has
is what I was trying to do.
I know.
My mentals. It's like sometimes it's just bad behavior and from lack of self-control, like lack of self-control with no consequences makes you think, oh, I don't, you know, and it just gets worse and worse over time. And I 1000%. Oh my God, thank you.
Yeah, Shell Bell, I really appreciate your perspective. Monty, can I just say, doesn't this sound like an actual therapist talking? Like someone with actual experience in mental health.
So everybody in
compared
chat,
to
if you want to
your
know that
lovely friend
feedback
that
you're
was
hearing is
harassing you a
because
few days
Smooth
ago.
Like Coco is watching the stream and you can see the sound coming out. So she's not muted. She's watching the stream. So everybody on panel, it was very exaggerated, is you know, that delay echo. And so I finally ended up having to say something because Smooth Like Coco or Choco or Schmucko or whatever her name is wasn't muting herself. And so it was really like, when you have really good headphones, it was really difficult to hear what Shell Bell was saying, so anyway, push play, Collie. Sorry.
And can we just appreciate Stinky Meatball's shade? I love that part when she's like somebody else we know, like go Stinky. Yes. Okay. Continue.
Oh, yeah, I have some thoughts about that situation too, but I don't want to get into that.
And I wanted to hear those thoughts, but no.
Oh, so much. That's why I spent the time.
I'm an advocate for mental health.
Exactly. I'm sorry, Greebo. Repeat that.
That's what I was trying to do is get the conversation back on track, and then I was trying to shut up because I really wanted to hear what Shell Bell had to say, not about members.
Don't worry,
we're brilliant.
We're gonna get her back on. I'm gonna make sure she gets back on this panel. Don't you worry about that.
Justice rules. Okay.
Health, and I work on the board of directors for NAMI Detroit. Like, I really do care about mental health, of course, and it just pains me when I see Chantel, using her mental health as an excuse for bad behavior. It just pains me
when I see
So anybody on the panel, you cannot.
I just caught that, Greebo. She was watching it.
Yeah, yeah. So this is where I comment on it because it was so loud.
Right.
And Shell Bell, you
Watch
could see the
this
look on her
stream.
face with your mic open because it will create feedback. So you have to turn down if you're watching this to watch
Poor
the chat. So
Shell
make sure the
Bell.
volume's down on your second device. Everybody, please. And that's when Shell Bell
Oh, we
dipped.
might have lost Shell Bell. Were you saying
No.
something smooth like Choco?
Shell Bell, come back.
Well, I was going to
Mommy,
say
come
something
back.
to Shell Bell, but she's gone.
She'll come back. I'll put up a
Okay.
link for her.
She's very
So
articulate, well spoken.
yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
It's cool to have that perspective on the panel.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a
Me
mental
too,
health
Cole.
issue.
So do I.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have the
And
same.
love the being an epitome of white privilege, yet complaining about it online for clout.
That's why I was getting so
Imagine.
upset and stuff that day because I get really overstimulated very easily.
Well, I guess all those things you were saying in that Cuba rage didn't come to fruition. No helping out, no charity work, no giving away her monies. Well, actually, she is giving away her monies just to Nada.
Yeah, but that's not charity, babes.
It is not.
No,
Well,
there's
thanks,
zero
Captain Obvious,
effort to
Choco.
actually contribute to this, to oh my goodness, marginalized
To
groups.
anything.
Zero reparations. She's on
Yeah.
literally a
And
land.
then
that's
we have
under
to support
genocide.
her. We must support her because she's going through it, babes.
You do support her because you're a member.
Unalive someone.
Over there, and she's brilliant,
Member.
I tell you.
Yeah, don't
She
forget
dug
what she's
herself
going
into that
through.
hole, damn it. Like, I'll hand you a shovel. Maybe you can pull some soil down and
Now
crawl back
she's
out.
the
But
victim and we must help her. I
Yeah.
can't wait till she sees me on the panel.
There it is.
See, this is where I never came back.
I think
Oh,
it's
say it,
been
play it. I
1
didn't
month.
hear it. I was
So like
talking.
a month ago, I signed up to be a member because I guess it was all kicking
There
off.
goes
when,
Greebo, member.
Signed up to be a member.
Member.
channel got deleted and things like that. And then she was coming back, and I was like, okay, go on, get your channel back. You know, redeem yourself. Oh God, that was so wrong.
What?
She was
I was
essentially
so
cheering her on.
wrong. No, there's no redeeming.
Okay.
No, let it go. Let it go. Let it
Wow.
go. Let it go.
This could have been a really
don't-
productive conversation about Chantal's video, and it just got completely derailed by Crazy with a Side of Crazy Dipped in Crazy Sauce, who's a member.
The whole room went silent right then. It was like, what?
I think this might be where I think I tap out, and then she started interrupting everybody else.
Yes, because if you notice Greebo starts typing, she's typing to me, I'm leaving, I'm getting out. I'm like, no, you can't leave me.
I'm like, I can't.
Yeah, this is when I left. I never came back. I left the stream, didn't
Mhm.
hang out and chat, didn't watch. I just never came back again. I was like, deuces, deuces, deuces.
This is literally where I watched about 100 people in about 5 minutes just
That's
pile
right.
out. Yeah.
How cringy is that when she said, I wonder what Chantel will think if she sees me up here.
That's not why you go on panel. You go on panel to discuss the monetized behavior Chantal puts online and how and why we think, yeah. Anyway, go ahead and push play. I'll shut up.
Okay,
like I said,
well,
I'm gonna go. So thanks for letting me
All right.
come on and rant for a minute. I'll just sum up. Like I said, Chantal's video today, I really think on some level, I don't know if what made her realize that some of the things that were said were really
You were
towing
visibly
the line
angry,
with
Greebo.
terms of service, like with her, I'll
Dear
do this
Monty,
and I'll do
you're
that.
leaving?
And
Yeah.
in a way, she didn't outright
Monty.
call
Yeah,
for
yeah,
people
he
to
wasn't
mass
expecting
flag
that.
reaction channels, but I feel it was implied with the things she was saying. And then the stuff that Pete's was saying, like I said, just the bigoted hate against a large group of people based on one thing in their lives. was just really some next level. And Chantal's response to him too. Oh yeah, oh yeah. And then she started trying to come on and defend some stuff, but you could tell she didn't know what she was talking about. It was all around it in really bad light. And she really was, like Shell said, she came on angry today and looking to pick fights with people was my some whole takeaway from today's stream. But yeah, Shell, thank you so much for coming up and Shell, just thank you for putting into big people words the things that I feel, because I'll see people in chat sometimes will start slamming us up here. I invite you to get up here, put your face on camera, and put words. Sometimes it's hard. You have so many thoughts, and you're trying to keep track of the chat. So sometimes we misspeak up here. So just be kind, guys. But yeah, so that's it. Shell, just you're awesome. Please come back. And that's all I got to say.
Have a safe weekend.
Yeah.
You're awesome.
Thank you, Greebo.
Yeah, no problem, everybody. And everybody have
You're
a
awesome.
really good week, and I'll see everybody soon.
Yeah, bye-bye.
All right, take care.
Okay, I have to comment about this too because this made me cringe too, guys. This coming up right now. I will definitely check it out, Jocelyn's mom. And again, I know she's been on the panel before. You'll see what I mean. You'll see what I mean.
Bye.
Hey, La Krista.
Hi.
Monty.
Oh,
Yes.
Oh,
Chuckles.
Can you show me what I've missed?
Missed? What do you mean?
This live that Greebo is talking about.
It's rather long, but the summary was, as Greebo said, she just came on.
Yeah.
Peter's talking political stuff. It's actually should be on the farms right now from 80. It is on the farms.
Okay, so basically what we're saying is she's back home.
Yeah, she's back home after being away for almost 48 hours. And,
wow. So she got kicked out.
I have no idea what she was doing.
There was probably
she may
a
have.
fight.
No, she may have quote unquote snuck out again.
Yeah, that's
that was
true.
her big thing. Like back when
but
her
what
and
about
Natter were like
Dee Dee?
public.
Yeah, but what about Dee Dee? Dee Dee must have been around somewhere as well.
What about Dee Dee?
Exactly.
I honestly
Where's
don't
Dee
think
Dee?
she cares because like others have said, I think she's a swinger. I really don't think she cares. Aside from she might be worried that like Natter's gonna get arrested because he's hanging out with Chantal.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's true. She seems to get very upset when he gets arrested.
All right, yeah. So that's about it. We got I guess we talked about Pete's and the situation. Natter, he hasn't been on. It's completely obvious they've been together, allegedly. Then we got DLF. I don't know, DLF is still on BitChute. And we got a new person who knows off DLF called Andrew Ditch. Maybe I shouldn't talk about Andrew Ditch now. Maybe I'll do that for later. But there's a lot of things happening.
Oh my, yeah, that guy is a character for sure.
I have no idea if he's trolling or not, because there's times where he's like he's building his own computer and I will tell you, it can be pretty hard and technical building your computer, because you can be lucky and things will work, but sometimes it can be very technical, especially when back in the day, if you had like a 450 versus like a 750 or 600 watt power supply, it's a difference, because if your power supply couldn't keep up with your video card, your motherboard, your extra hard drives, your sound card, then it just wouldn't work. So I know how difficult and technical it can be to build your own system. But then I have no idea if he's trolling. He is so different, where he wears a diaper.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Oh, well, It's another person who is familiar with DLF, and DLF is familiar with Chantal.
Oh God, I'm
So,
so sick of DLF.
so that's the 2 degrees of separation there.
Right.
Yeah. So there's a lot to that. I'll look into it further, but
Okay, make a video on that one, please.
I actually did. There's 2 already that came out today on my main channel.
All right, well, that's going to be what I'm going to watch tomorrow at work then,
How about
I
don't
guess.
tell him to make a
All
video
right,
on
sounds pretty good.
things.
Thank
How
you
about
so much.
ask him
Appreciate it.
if you'd like something?
Hey there, everybody. Just
I'm
getting
serious.
in.
Don't tell
I
Monty
guess.
to do this and
Well,
that.
What else is
No.
there to talk about?
And
Not
number
really. She
two,
just went and left.
she
So I
keeps
guess that's
talking.
it.
It's obvious she
Yeah.
doesn't
We
watch
should
any
maybe
of
wrap
this.
this
She's
up.
clueless
That
about
Chick, did you
what
want to
is
start
where
off?
and who
We'll go
made
in
what. It was,
clockwise fashion as usual.
That part, Greebo.
Sure, yeah. I want to back up what Greebo said. It's not always easy to come up here and articulate. You know, you get nervous and stumble over your words sometimes. Hell, I stumble over mine when I'm just talking to my husband sometimes, you know. So it's not that easy to come up here and say your piece. So yeah, like she said, be kind to those who do. And thank you again, Monty, for sharing your platform with all of us. It really means the world, and I will forever have your back. You are a great guy. You do so much for this community with your giveaways and sharing your platform and just like shouting out smaller channels like me. I really appreciate you, and I think you're a great guy.
Thank you so much, Chick. I really appreciate it. Cauliflower.
I echo Amy, Monty. You know that I completely always support you, and I'm very grateful for this community. With that being said, I am also protective of this community, and I do pay attention to a lot of what's said in the chat. And I want you guys to know I'm my eyes are open. I'm paying attention. I think you guys are great, and don't let anybody ever make you feel less than. You know what I'm saying? Like we're
Exactly.
constantly hearing
Amen,
about how we
Colin.
don't do this, we don't do that, we say this, we say that. Oh, sorry. We're all people. We all come here for a common good. We're very intelligent people, and we all have lives, and we have to remember that we don't have to always take in what others say about us constantly. And you guys are great, and I appreciate you supporting us up here too. And I support you guys in the chat as well. Just wanted to let you know that, and thank you, Monty.
You're very welcome, Cauliflower.
Exactly,
We got
Clark.
Stinky.
Exactly.
Yes, I was definitely, you can hear it in my voice. I was emotionally exhausted, and I don't usually get that way up there. I mean, there were times I get exhausted just from all of the goings on with her, but the panel, I never feel that way. And I was getting, I've told you guys before, like there are times that I feel like if I'm going to get to a point where I'm going to say something not very nice, then I have to see my way out. And lately I'm able more to just communicate it in a way where I'm trying to be more like positive about it, instead of being like, oh, you let this person talk over someone else, or obviously this is a VIB, because I wanted to, like, there was so many times I was going to unmute and go, so you're a member, right? You're paying her, right? So how come you're asking about what's going on when clearly you should know what's going on? And I would think you'd get notifications when Miss, Chantel is on. So I don't know. I don't know. Like I said,
I'm not
go ahead, Justice.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm not happy that you were like worn out emotionally and stuff, but I am happy that I'm not alone. Like I know that I'm having a particularly hard time in life with my mental health, community in general. Like I'm having a very hard time, and but it's nice to know that it wasn't just me just being like, F it, I'm so fed up. Like I am done. Like there was absolutely of that, but this wasn't just me, is what I'm trying to say. Like this was a particularly hard day on that channel. Yay or nay?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yay.
And
Yeah. Okay.
that was
Yeah.
another
It's
reason.
nice to know that.
Right. No, like I said, I do pay attention, and I meant that for you, and I meant that for the mods, and I meant it for a lot of people that were feeling this kind of like icky tension weirdness that was going
Yes,
on.
that's it.
And I meant it for Greebo because I hated that she's trying to make a point, and every time I hear her saying or trying to get to an extension of her sentence, you hear, oh, so anyway, I was a member.
Yeah. And it had nothing, like, it was like, I like to go up and discuss the video at hand, and then after we've discussed it, and chewed on it, then we can start talking about, the broader picture. But this just felt like it. Yeah, it was so, yeah. And I really wanted to hear what Shell Bell had to say, and that's why I said what I said, because I was truly interested, because you can tell the way she spoke and carried herself. She was a professional, and it's not often somebody like that would even weigh in. So I really so wanted to hear what she had to say, And
Agree, especially
yeah.
after the last 24 hours where we have somebody that's play therapist, and now we have somebody actually legitimately really a therapist who's obviously passionate about their job and is giving us like gold here, and talking over her. I was
talked
done.
over everyone.
Do you guys think that
and it
was
was
an
just
intentional troll? Or a
no. I
troll at
think
all?
this is no. I think this is somebody who thought they are more interesting than they are, and thought what they
Okay.
had to say was more
Okay.
relevant to the conversation than it was. And you know what? Believe it or not, getting up on panel, it's not just a big BS session. Like, you watch the content, and then we discuss the content, and then if it goes off here and there, that's fine. But to show up and fundamentally not have watched any of the content, and to request for Monty to make a video that he clearly has on his channel, says that you're not there for the right reasons. You're not there to have a conversation about Chantal. Like, Amped Amy got up, said, hey, I just got up, I'm in Australia, I haven't watched that video.
Right.
That's fine for Amy, because she's watched the others, she's discussed in the community. We all roll onto the panel occasionally like that, but this was not that. This other person was, they were only interested in talking about the narrow window of things they wanted to talk about, which was completely irrelevant to what we were discussing. And then to bring up Chantal's brilliant deleted video, it just was like some next level cringe, I guess. So yeah.
Raven Star, here's the thing. I get what you're saying, but that's the kind of thing that makes, at least when I'm modding, that makes our life harder. When people are saying stuff like, I think she's intoxicated, oh, she's drunk. Like, yeah, I may agree with you, we may agree, but that doesn't get us anywhere. And it's just like messages we have to delete. And no matter how much I'm not feeling someone, I'm not going to be okay with people like being like, she's drunk, look at her, like, I get it. I do get it, Raven. And I know this chat isn't that chat, but that's the kind of stuff that, like, it may seem innocuous, but it makes our life harder, because then it just looks like we're letting people just say random stuff about people in the side chat. And that's the kind of stuff where it's like, if there's 15, 20 of those in 1 minute in the chat, it's hard to deal with. And I want everyone to not feel like people are just saying stuff about them just to say it.
Yeah, we get that. I mean, I get that. I totally get that. I can see your frustrations. I have noticed it. I don't say anything because it's, you're doing this job. This job is not easy whatsoever, keeping up with the chat. And sometimes I know that you get like, a little sharp, because it's like, yes, I see it, but if we keep harping on it, or if we keep, noticing and repeating the same things, blah, 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 it just kind of infuriates it more.
Well, and the thing is, like I said, I'm all about, like, that's the reason I wasn't even posting. I was just watching chat for the bots, is because, like, I thought the same things, but the thing is if you start saying that in chat, then everybody else starts, and then turns into a dog pile, and then YouTube can see it as you're allowing somebody to be bullied. And so it's like, you could, like, I think there's ways, like, I'm one of those people to be like, well, this didn't turn out how I thought, like, so everybody understands where you're coming from. But
absolutely, that's an okay and fair comment,
Yeah, but the thing is with YouTube is it's a really fine line between like if you let people keep directing something at one person, it can turn into this dog pile, and then it gets out of hand, and then you got to start worrying about YouTube coming back, or I don't know. Like I said, and I don't really, I mostly watch out for bots, but I was a little just kind of like after this, and I felt bad for Monty and stuff, so I kind of tapped out and just stopped listening for a hot minute. I wasn't reading chat. I was just looking for prawn bots. That's it.
Gotcha.
Meatball.
Oh, well, I guess I'll start off with thank you, Monty. This is definitely something I'll try and join in on again. And I have an issue with putting my thoughts into words in the first place. So thank you all for bearing with me. I think regardless of what side you're on in this country, it's all a corrupt system. And that's just going to further divide us when, Big Brother is our common oppressor.
Then let's better the system.
Yeah, I can get more into that.
How about we do that?
Next time we meet up, if it comes up. But thank you so much, Monty, and just everyone who's watching. You do matter, and there is someone out there who cares about you. And, I just know some people need to hear that because there's some people who go like not hearing that at all, and every life matters here. And yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Choco, any closing words?
Lord.
Love that word. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Love that word, Stinky Meatball. Thank you. And thank you, Monty. I watch you, like here and there,
Can you
and
pause for a minute,
I just
Colleen?
ended up in this
Yeah.
world.
I don't want Raven leaving because of what I said. Raven,
wait, what happened?
I said I was giving her an example of what Raven said about that comment, and I did not mean to single her out, and I just said that. I was using what she says as an example because there's a lot of that going on, and I'm not even saying I disagree. She probably was drunk. There are probably a lot of people that do come on that are drunk. So Raven, I did not mean that to single you out. I saw that comment, and that's the kind of thing that I've been dealing with a lot. And if what I said offended you, I am sorry about that. I did not mean that.
Yeah, Raven, you don't have to leave. I listen, for me, it doesn't bother me at all, but I can understand why it gets to the point of like a dog pile, and especially in Monty's chat when there's so many people talking and so many people wanting to give him like advice about how to handle situations like this when he has mods, and sometimes it's hard for the mods too. But I mean, for me, listen, I used to jump all over comments that were obviously telling me, hey Collie, this person blah blah blah, and I'd be like, I know, and sometimes it's like they take it personally. Don't take it personally. No one's singling you out. I know she didn't mean that at all. I think she was just trying to give us all an example of like what goes on. Is that what you're trying to do, Justice?
Yes, I really was. Really, I'll just say this one more time. I really was not trying to be like that, Raven. I have not seen you say stuff like that. I saw that comment, and that's the kind of stuff that has been weighing on me, and that was going on in the chat. There was like 50 people going, she's drunk, and so I wanted to take this moment to say, when a big chat is going on, that's the kind of thing that makes it hard. But again, I am sorry if what I said made you feel singled out or anything like that. That was not my intention.
Yeah, I totally get what you. I mean, totally get it from both sides. But I totally didn't think that's what you were doing. I figured you were saying that to like, see, this is what I'm saying. Like, yes. In other words, like an example, not
That's
like, hey, Raven, don't see that.
Not at all. I really like Raven.
No, same.
Don't leave me. I'm a terrible mod. Like I said, I rarely delete stuff. Like the prawn bots, yeah. And like when somebody slams Monty, or you know what I mean? Like they're really getting, or when people say things like, hey, let's go mass play, like that's just gone. Like I cannot stay in chat because because the creator's responsible for, you know what I mean? But
it's also a reflection of them, and it's hard to do that because you don't want to overstep. Oh, please, don't I know that? I've been in that situation before, and I've been called out, like, been yelled at, like, what'd you do that for? Ugh. Hey, Tweets. All right, but no harm done. I
No,
don't think.
I did not
Yeah.
mean to at all, really.
Did someone say bots? Holy moly, you're a crack up, by the way.
Bots, holy.
All right, let's finish this craziness.
Don't know how long ago. And it's been fun. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. It seems Gary wanted to come up. So, Gary, if you want to come up, we'll extend this for a few more minutes. Anybody else that wants to come up, we'll,
Come on,
I guess,
Gary.
yeah. Gary, you're alive. What's up?
Hey, what's happening?
Not much.
Oh, hello.
I'm sorry. Seems like I got up here late, but I was smoking, watching on the phone, and I was trying to hurry up, get back here, and get things set up.
What were you smoking?
Oh, cigarette. Smoking a cigarette.
Oh, God. Don't do that.
Oh, just smoke a joint. That's right. Right. Like, so, what I was saying, I actually did try that. But anyhow,
I saw that too, Clark.
I got a lot to say. Y'all want to have some fun? You want to have some fun, Monty?
Let's get it, Gary.
Oh my God.
no.
Go on then.
Looks like I just came on late. I apologize. So I've been like working all day long, like you wouldn't believe. I've got 2 videos, one from one channel, one for this channel. And then I was going to do that. Then it's gone, but I found it anyway with some help. And yeah, so I might react to that later.
Now here we are.
Yeah, here we are now. I was like, oh, Monty's on. I didn't even know he was on. I didn't get a notification. So I don't know what happened. I know I probably missed it. You probably already covered it, Monty. Who do you think was at the door? And I heard that there was 2 knocks.
Yeah, cops, maybe food delivery. What do you think, Gary?
Well, I know somewhere that they ended up getting a pizza because I did see the pizza with Pete's. I'm pretty sure. I think.
Okay.
Second time, it sounded like a cop. But look, here's something funny. I am just bringing this up out of my head. Everyone has been disappeared for like what, 2 days, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pete's hasn't even been live, which sometimes he's live even when Foodie isn't, right?
Mm-hmm.
What I think is funny is, what if Natter and Dee Dee went to Chantal's and they all had a foursome?
Yeah. Okay. I know I'm going to probably get yelled at for saying this. I know Gary is funny. I know he has a channel. He does his own types of reactions. This was not what I needed at that moment. It was like, okay, don't need to picture a foursome after listening to Memba for the last 25 minutes. Okay, Cindy Lou, thanks for being here, honey. Yeah. I think, on a normal basis, I probably would have minded this now that I'm re-listening, because when I was first there, I was like, oh no, Gary, please don't go there. Please don't do this. I think on a normal night, like if we didn't have this kind of like weird, just vibe, it wouldn't have been so bad. But this just turned everything sour for me at this point. And I was like, I gotta go.
What you're looking for. Kind of yeah, the phrase is the coup de grace.
Exactly.
It was, was the death knell for me. It was just like,
Yeah, and you'll see, I exit very shortly after this. So,
what if they did? What if that was Nader banging at the door, going, "I forgot my shit. My anal beads are up back there on the bed." Like,
good God.
I'm just saying, what if it's just a what if question? I thought it was something that people might want to talk about. I haven't heard no one, even think of that idea. Peach usually isn't
because she did clean the house.
I think
clean the house.
Hey, they could have been clean. Somebody could have cleaned it before they came over. Because remember, like it looks like Dee Dee's house is always clean. Maybe Dee Dee was cleaning while Boots was rocking and nobody was knocking upstairs.
Right. There's a reason why we weren't discussing that, because nobody wants to have that visual or go to bed at night thinking of that nonsense. Thank you very much.
You are very welcome.
Right. I think I'm gonna skip lunch today.
Right. Hey,
Gary,
Ari, what's
come
up?
get your friend.
Wow.
Could you tell I was annoyed?
No, not at all.
Not at all. Not at all.
I'm
Just
here
like
to
Noah could
announce
tell
that I
when I'm
am
annoyed.
formally no longer Gary's friend for that
Me
statement.
either.
This is not Pornhub, as I know it.
I'm officially going to kick him off my channel again.
Well, maybe I
Shade.
shouldn't have been like, Monty, let me come on. I should
I
just
know,
let
I'm
it
kidding.
end.
That was hilarious. That was hilarious.
Too far.
But now
Too far.
the
Too
mental
far.
vision.
Yeah, Clark, at the time, because not even gonna get into it. There's a little history between me and Gary. And
Watch yourself, Golly.
and we've had we've been on the panel before together, and I've had to tell him basically like, bye-bye. So this was kind of like in jest when I was like, I'll kick you off my channel again, So it was listening to it back now, like any other time, I probably would have been like, oh God, this is kind of funny. It was just like at that moment, after hearing everything and the member stuff and the Pete stuff, I was like, oh, I'm so over it. I'm going.
Visuals are not hilarious.
Too far.
I think they are. For me,
Okay, so let's play your game. I like this game. Let's play our game.
Yeah.
So if you were having a foursome, who do you
Yeah.
think was with who?
I
Oh
just want
my
to say, can you
God,
imagine the
definitely.
noises? Can you imagine the noises that their bodies are making together?
Definitely,
Oh,
Nada went
God.
straight for Pete.
Guys, what does my
Let's
life
be
come to?
real.
It's like a whole new
Not what this
meaning
panel
to
is normally
macaroni
about.
in the pot. That's some
Got that whap.
You know what it reminds me of? A waterbed.
Why?
Oh Lord.
Why waterbed?
Well, I mean, when Foodie would jiggle, it would be
Or
like a
starfishing.
waterbed.
So you're saying she's equivalent to like a waterbed?
I think it could be, yeah.
Like, okay.
But this is what was tying into what Greebo was saying earlier. Okay. Yes, it was funny and getting, lightening up the room, but it was totally like what Grebo was saying earlier, that we don't reach this kind of, how did you put it, Grebo, before?
The coup d'etat?
No, when she was saying like we don't,
when I said we don't want, you don't want to get petty like Chantal, where you
Yes,
go
there
after
you go.
things that
Okay.
people can't change, like like loose vagina jokes and stuff, like
Mhm.
you know what I mean. It just gets into the realm, of keep it personally for me. Like I said, throw an occasional joke in, but don't shame the way they look or sexual preferences. Keep it about the behavior. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, it
That
lowers the
makes sense.
discourse on
Well,
this channel.
it brings it to Chantal's level, and it's like, no,
Right.
you know what I mean? Yeah.
Right. I knew Grebo would explain it a lot better than I could, because Justice would yell at me, don't say that, don't say that.
Okay.
Like
Amber Lynn's the beanbag in a curry, and now Chantal is a waterbed.
Yeah.
I mean,
motion on the ocean.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So do you think like everybody just like jumps on?
Could you mute for
and
one
jumps
more
in?
second, Collie, and then I'll shut
If
up?
you can find the ocean, that's
Say that again?
I said, yeah, could you mute for 1 second and
Sure.
I'll shut up? I just want to say that, like, kind of just to add what we were saying. Yeah, this is like this. Love you, Amy. But yeah, this is the kind of thing where this gives Chantal ammo. Like, God, they're talking about she's a waterbed. She's that, like, again, I've never commented on her weight in all the years I've watched her and been a mod and been on channels and stuff, or about her looks or any of that stuff she cannot change or is very hard to change. And I feel like this is a prime example of like just giving her fodder. Like, why are we doing this? Like, what this gives her everything she needs. All she needs to do is like clip a couple of minutes of this and be like, see, this is what I'm talking about. When 99.9% of what we do on here is not this, but all you need is the 1% as proof,
Exactly.
Well, and Chantal could be a skinny legend, and I would still have the exact same commentary about her
Yeah, it has nothing to
behaviors,
do with how
because
she
it's
looks.
not about her looks. It's about the behavior. Like I said, she could be 36, 24, 36, 5'11", long flowing hair, and I would still have the exact same commentary. She would, if she still didn't bathe, she'd still be gross, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and just to clarify, because I know it's getting confusing in the chat, because Monty has been under this microscope lately between Natter and Chantel screaming about it and saying he's abusive, and AJ coming out and saying he's abusive and saying, that there's making up all of these narratives. This is supporting that. That's what I'm trying to say. That sometimes you have to limit the amount of like fodder that follows. Like everybody wants to laugh. We did it the other night. We were, sitting up here laughing about stuff, but we don't go into the like personal things that, her aesthetic, you know what I'm saying? Because that is something she will continuously use and pounce on over and over again, just to be able to get her point across and to also validate her argument that she's going to strike this and strike that and bring, just unnecessary drama into the whole thing. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's what
Somebody
I'm trying
said
to
that
say
she
too.
just,
I
yeah,
know
she
I'm
just,
I'm signing into Instagram as we speak.
yeah, see, I don't use any of those platforms, so,
Mhm.
but yeah, and like I said, I worry for Monty's channel because Chantal and Natty have such a boner, and he doesn't do anything wrong. But it's not if Monty does something wrong. It's if somebody on panel or somebody in chat missteps when he's under this microscope. And I want to give this, these train wrecks zero ammo against him. That makes
Okay,
sense.
so her post is a quote by Anne's House of Dreams. It says, "But just think what a dull world it would be if everyone was sensible."
Hmm. Hey, Chantal. There's a difference between being, I feel, and I've been told, I'm a lot of fun, and I can do that without being a complete and total hateful train wreck online. So I don't think you understand what the word sensible actually means. If you're going to buy anything tomorrow, why don't you crowdsource, I don't know, a fucking dictionary or a thesaurus. Sorry, I dropped the F-bomb.
No. Don't be sorry about that. It again, like I said, there are normal circumstances where this probably would be a very enjoyable laugh, ha ha ha. But under the circumstances, that's what I'm saying, especially in a week that it's been, 2 weeks it's been, with the constant, just trashing us and saying that we sit up there and we say all these things, and now we're having this go on. And that's all I'm trying to say.
Now we're sitting up there saying all these things.
Right.
For frick's sake, people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's like I said, I say crappy things sometimes, but I try not to be petty. And like I said, the bottom line is it's Monty's channel, and I feel very fortunate that we're given this platform where we're allowed to come up and
Mm-hmm.
speak. So at this point in time, I don't want to give, anybody any ammo, to say, look, they are haters, and it's just, yeah, it's unfortunate.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
I think
Somebody
they play
said
the song "Jump."
she's
Sorry.
commenting on her YouTube community post too. Told
Oh.
someone she will never say Natter's name again. Oh, I think that's the old
Yeah,
post that Monty
that's the
pulled up.
post
Yeah.
that I showed before. Yeah, same thing.
Should we start a timer until Natter's name shows up? I'm
Like
gonna look
within
it out. See if
10
maybe she put a
seconds.
new. Yeah. Go ahead. I'll
No,
look up
no
her
problem.
new post while you push play.
Mhm.
I didn't really hear any of this because I just, I don't know, I got a little sideways and I didn't want to step on Monty's toes or anything. It's his channel, but it's, how you just get worried and frustrated.
Mhm.
And so,
Of
yeah.
course, no. That's what I'm saying. That's why I wanted to do this, because I wanted to take my, I want, first of all, I wanted to do this for Greebo too, because I felt really like just the tension there. And I wanted to do this again because I like to sit back and have better perspective than just being in it and just reacting, because that's what I normally do. And and I feel lucky that, I have these guys that they, Greebo was agreeable to this, and Justice and you guys that come back, after being on the React channels. And it's like, we're continuing discussions. This is what I'm saying. It's like, that's what I enjoy about this.
We're
Right.
trying to be better at
Mm-hmm.
discussion, because there's some times where like, yeah, you don't want to be the person that's always interrupting or always saying off color things. And so, yeah, this is kind of a good reflection. And once again, I guess some people on panels show us how not to be on a panel, on a channel that's known for being respectful.
It's
unlike
like panel
Chantal,
101.
unlike Chantal, we can rewatch what we've said and not be horrified. And if there are some things that we feel we're off color or maybe said in the heat of the moment, we could rewatch that and better ourselves moving forward. And that's how you actually better yourself moving forward. You own up to the things you've said and or done and own it, and then move forward and be a better person every single day. And we're gonna have slip ups and we're gonna have crap ass days, but as long as you bounce back and own your shiz, that's what this is all about to me.
No, that's exactly what this is all about. This isn't about, going on a trash and bash here. I mean, we have our, listen, Justice knows, Greebo knows, I make my opinions, but I'm not going to, demonize anybody because everybody has their own ways of doing things, and I can respect that. It was just that sometimes, and even ourselves, there are times I have to tone it down because I can feel when I'm getting angry,
And the chat will let us know. You'll see comments like, "Oh, that got dark quick," and it makes you hold a mirror up to yourself and be like, "Am I being hateful? Am I being petty? Are these valid points? Am I being a bully?" And sometimes, like I said, I can get a little excited and I can be long-winded, and that's the beauty of the panel is like you get some feedback and it helps you be a better conversationalist, a better listener.
But feedback without the
Yeah.
you know what I'm
The
saying?
judgy.
Because the judging, yeah.
Yeah, like why do you blink so much? Or you know what I mean? Just, stupid irrelevant stuff that people say, the mean petty stuff. It's
The
like
personal
yeah.
stuff, yeah.
Yeah, it's like I just Chantal truly, like I keep saying, this is like the spirit animal. She is the personification on how not the poster child for how not to be a bad example, I guess,
Absolutely. All right, let's finish this.
Jump in, and they're all like, "Yeah."
I thought you were gonna do crisscross for a second there, Gary.
Make
crisscross
it
and make
jump.
you jump. Might
Back
make
daddy,
you
make it jump.
Wait a minute.
because
What if Cheyenne? Oh, sorry, Monty. Go ahead.
No, go again, Yuri. I want to hear what you gotta say.
What if Cheyenne Jasmine's little skit came to life and all of them were just lost in Chantal's fupa for like the last 2 days?
Good Lord.
Yeah, like that show, the HBO show. What is it called again? American Gods. Remember how? What was that god that used to swallow guys after being with them?
I know you're. Yeah, I know.
What, like a black widow spider?
Yeah.
So everybody knows he's talking about
know that show,
Bilquis,
right?
the
Who
Queen
was
of
that?
Sheba.
I can't remember this show.
It's American Gods, but the god that used to do it would be in the bed, they're huffing and puffing, all of a sudden she'd go really big, and then she would just consume her lover.
No, you're right.
That's
You're right.
pretty metaphorical if you think about
That
it.
was the Black Widow spider. I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, Gary. You got me thinking now.
I mean, you can't. With
Listen, just give it a week. Give it a week. We're gonna find out.
With Chantal, you can't leave nothing out of the pot. Like everything is possible.
Right.
Facts.
Everything is possible.
I couldn't have been that
Facts.
fun. She was really grumpy.
Yeah, but when she's really grumpy, that means she had a really good time, and then it turned really bad.
When she
But maybe
first
it
came
wasn't that
on,
fun, Like.
well,
I
when
don't
she
know.
first came on, she was glowing.
Oh, really?
She was glowing when it first. She's like, "Oh, hi everybody. Let me get my diet soda and my curry." And she's all like, "Yeah." And then it's like,
What pissed her off?
Somebody's sniping me. What? So that's what happened. And then
That's when we saw the hissy fit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. She gets very angry very quickly nowadays. Very short fuse.
I remember.
Maybe she had to be at the back of the centipede and she didn't like it.
Oh. Oh, imagine.
Maybe she had it.
Oh no, you did not. If anybody doesn't get that joke, that's from that. What you call it, like a thriller? That would be like a thriller, right? Human Centipede.
Oh
Yeah.
God,
Why
she
you
was at
reminding
the
me of
back.
that? No,
No, she was in the middle.
I was thinking
no,
more of
the
the
back is
blob.
worse. The back,
Mm.
the back is.
Oh,
worst.
I don't know. I don't know what's worse.
You don't think it would be more like the blob?
The who?
No.
The blob. Like, what's that in the Poltergeist? Yeah, you got the blob coming out of the ceiling,
Yeah.
and they're all coming out of the goo, and
You mean like the Blob, like the movie, like the 80s, like
yeah,
film?
What,
The Blob?
Chantal is the
Yeah.
blob?
yeah.
You're terrible.
I'm not. I don't mean that. I just mean. Never mind what I mean. I
What do you
probably
mean?
just stayed off here. Like,
Gary.
You know, Chantal casually rips the R word, so I don't really feel bad calling her a blob.
Yeah,
So
like
I don't
Gary,
feel bad for her at all. I'm so
No,
sorry.
not
she's
at all.
like oh my goodness, I apologize. I already forgot her handle, but like she said, absolute spoiled brat.
Shell
So
Bell.
Yeah. Yeah.
it would just
right.
be giving her one more thing to complain about, but at the same time, like I don't really care. Like you're not nice, Chantal.
Bye-bye.
That's the problem. It's like you wanna like her. You want to give her the benefit of the doubt, and then you're like, no, you're just a C word. Sorry.
It's a little
You
facade,
are.
definitely.
Mm-hmm. Very true. And Gary, we got to differentiate, right? Because there's ambiguity. There's the Blob movie, and then there's the Blob, the X-Men character.
no, it's definitely the movie, not the X.
Yeah, I think he means the movie.
Okay,
Where it's
just
just
to clarify.
sliming all over the place.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the slime.
What's the
I was
ghost from Ghostbusters? The green ghost.
Slimer. Don't.
Yeah, it's a bit like
no.
that.
Slimer is very nice, and he's a good guy. I will take up for Slimer. Now, you want to compare that to Chantal? Oh
No,
Like,
we're not. Okay.
I think I would be more of
we're
like
not doing that.
Slimer. And
She's the Stay Puft If she's anything, she's the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man.
Mm-hmm.
I have to
She,
say
The
she's
Michelin
angry.
Man.
She just
Did you
wants to
say the
destroy.
Michelin Man?
They're well, shoot, pretty similar, huh?
I'm not talking about the appearance or her size. I'm talking about like the sliminess, the
Yeah.
mushiness, where it'll
Oh, I'm
suck
talking
you.
personality wise.
Yeah, just
well,
the being.
Yeah, the blob, it sucks you in, and then it's hard to get out of it.
Oh my God, it's so true. I feel like it was Stephen King. I think that might have been Stephen King.
Okay.
I think it's
Can I
Chantal,
just say
but-
that Miss
Yeah,
Mimba is
but it
like
was she's in a
just
Stephen King movie, babes.
her
Well-
comments are just like
She's been here since the
what?
beginning of time.
Member? I'm a member.
Fupa glue
I'm
trap.
You mean like the turtle? Wasn't that like in Stephen King with the whole turtle and the tower
No,
and everything?
it's like
Or am I
a
getting confused?
blob that just goes around. It's like the swamp one. There was a bees one. There was one with bees. There was a swampy one, and then there was a blobby one.
Talking about
Sure.
Swamp Man?
No,
Swamp Thing?
Swamp Thing.
it might have been
No,
the
the
swamp
Thing
yeah.
was actually. I
Yeah.
don't know though.
Swamp Thing, isn't Swamp Thing like DC or something?
No, but no, I'm sure there's a Stephen King version.
I
There's a
used to have the
Didn't
toys
the
of
Swamp
Swamp
Thing have long arms though, and doesn't that like automatically disqualify her?
Oh, rude. Rude.
I mean, who don't think that was Natter at the door going, I want my stuff?
Oh, you know what? If it was a like hard banging at the door, I could imagine it was Nada. Yeah,
I mean,
all right. Just
he's
to
coming to
clarify,
beat her up.
just to clarify, everybody, The Blob is a 1958 movie.
Whoa.
There you
Also
go.
The Blob,
Whoa
1980.
there.
There was many blob movies. I don't know why that was a issue.
Oh.
So we were referencing the 1988 one because that's the one I saw back, I think, in the early 90s. And I can't believe I remember this movie. It's been what, like nearly 30 years.
How old are you, Monty?
Yeah, well,
It's
I'm
called
gonna-
childhood trauma.
we
No,
might.
but it was a good movie.
We might be around the same age, Monty. So
No,
Oh, she's
was.
definitely, you guys, she's definitely Butterball from Hellraiser. Definitely.
It
You know what I'm
was.
talking about,
And
right?
the fog.
the fog.
Yeah.
I like
the
to say
fog.
it's as if DLF and Megan Fox had a baby.
What
That's
is?
kind of what- Chantal?
Amy's face.
Megan Fox.
And
Amy's face. Amy's face just says it all for me right there. Oh.
LF. Drowning Frodo. Because she's like, she can put on the makeup, look pretty, but like deep down, she's just.
I feel bad for Amy
you
right
were
now because
terrible.
I didn't
I'm not trying to
watch
be mean,
this,
but like when she's bald and stuff like
but
that, she reminds me of Dobby.
I feel so bad for her.
I know that he was a little old dude in like what Lord of the Rings
Dobby?
or whatever, but
Don't be
yeah,
rude to Dobby.
I know that Dobby was really.
You mean Dobby from
Harry
Harry
Potter,
Potter?
not Lord
No,
of the
don't be
Rings.
rude to Dobby.
Oh my
Hey,
gosh, you
look,
said that with
don't
the
they both
accent.
have
Say
two
it
little
again,
creatures
please,
in there?
Please say it again.
Yes.
Yeah. So look,
Who
either way
has
you
the
go.
beautiful British accent? Please say it again.
He's so nice. Who, Dobby?
Say Harry Potter. Say Harry Potter.
Harry Potter?
Oh, I love it. You just made my day. Thank you.
Don't do that to Dobby, please. Don't do
Yeah. He's cute. He's cute, Gary.
Yeah, Dobby
He was a
knows not
nice
to use the R
person.
word.
Yeah, Deadpool says he was the one who knocked.
Hi, Mrs. Fields. Welcome. Sorry, guys. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just
So I won't.
actually. Oh, go ahead, Greebo.
Is Miss Fields in here?
She is. She's on the side.
Miss Fields, hello. This is Great Greebo. Every time you say hi to me in your chat, I get so excited. Thank you for what you do. You do God's work by streaming that stuff, so we don't have to give Chantal the view. Thank you.
Yeah, Mrs. Fields. Why didn't I make you? Sorry, Miss Prizzy Lady. I said what I said. Okay, there we go.
Knocked on the door. Just an FYI.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Deadpool. What were you doing there?
Did you knock him out or what?
He was taking another pizza.
Yeah, maybe he was. I don't know.
It's all gone. There's no pizza left, babes.
Well, maybe this one was an edible pizza.
Oh, true.
You know. But since I've came and crashed the stream, and it went sideways.
Yeah, this was a weird combo, guys.
And just absolutely ruined it. Well done. We were saying good night.
I was in there like, well, I was trying to come on, but I was trying to get back here to the room, and it is.
I didn't catch most of it. So sorry, I have my son here.
No problem,
My
Gary.
son's asking for stuff.
Bonnie, I
So
love you,
yeah,
Clark.
didn't catch most of it. I actually had to fast forward to closer towards present at the time because I heard she was raging. So I got a message on IG that she was raging. So I missed the whole Pete's thing.
No, you didn't change your name to Memba.
I did. I absolutely did.
No, you didn't.
I did.
Well, then.
I'm like, if I didn't have a channel where I needed my name to be my name, I swear to God, there's so
Bonnie?
many awesome names.
I would love
we
for
could
someone
change.
else to be Bonnie. That'd be great. But
Memba and Bonnie. Over
exactly.
here. Sorry, I'm trying to fold laundry while I yabble at the internet.
Representing.
Being political as usual. I don't know, why does he always do this where he uses Chantel's stream to present an opinion? It's not even just random information. It's always his opinion. He always pushes through her streams. If you've been noticing that.
Using it. Yeah, I don't think he's using her channel to do that. I think that's just who he is.
Okay, so as soon as he has an
Yeah.
audience, he'll just push an opinion.
No, I don't think it's even for us. I think he's talking to her, to be honest. I think that's how he talks to her all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, even when he is addressing the stream, the topics he discusses
in the right setting are relevant. It's killing people on the daily. Transgender
Clark,
violence,
marry me, I love
violence
you.
against Black women, missing Indigenous women. Like, these are important issues, but he's just so unbelievably. I'm trying to be nice. It's like,
So
dude,
do we all
don't
hate
open your mouth if you're gonna make that legitimate movement look like hogwash. Like, these are actual problems that have an impact on people, and he can just come online and rant about it and make it look so stupid. Like, this is why people, when they hear about these issues, they're like, oh, that's hogwash, because of how undereducated he sounds when he talks about legitimate, like, important issues.
That's true.
Like, it's frustrating, honestly. It's like, Pete, shut up. Like, please. There's literally educators out there who dedicate their entire career to speaking out on these issues and actually making a difference. That's another thing. What in tarnation? Okay, let me preface. I'm autistic. Sometimes I have meltdowns and I can't contribute crap to society. And when I'm in the right headspace, I get out, I volunteer, I do what I can, give money, mutual aid, because I know that my comfort here is a privilege. But Pete's, he'll love to just talk about it and then do absolutely nothing. It's purely performative. And if he can't because of his mental health, then it's his, that's what, oh my goodness, I'm so bad at remembering names, but it's not an excuse, it's an explanation, and it is his responsibility to reach out and get appropriate help so he can be how do I want to put this? So he's not as inherently harmful by just sitting around and doing nothing and then complaining about issues that are actually important.
Facts, true, but you're forgetting that he's sitting right next to Chantel.
Yeah, and enabling that's a whole different
and next to her, he sounds like an educated man.
Okay, facts.
Yeah.
So Greebo
he's so
completely
close.
disagrees
He's
with
so close.
Miss Memba's
He's so close.
I'm speeding it up a little bit.
Or give our opinions.
The fact that Pete's does not sound educated
they can
next
clap
to
back,
Chantal.
especially if I've known people.
Exactly. I
Good
heard
God.
you, Greebo.
Yeah, that's like it's apples and oranges. It's different kinds of ignorance. That makes sense. Sorry, I'm eating taffy now while folding laundry.
You are making sense. Look at this chat. What you have started, Justice.
I know. This is always what happens when I come into chats. Everyone changes. Not everyone. Hella people change their name. It gets all effed. Sorry for interrupting you, Greebo, but this is always what happens when I'm in a chat.
There's gonna be these avatars everywhere. They're gonna go into Kai's gonna be like, what is this?
What we need to do is seriously, we need to make merch that says member, and everybody will know that you survived the great membaying of April 2022.
Yes. I was gonna say, let's say the date. The great Memba saga of April 2022.
Hey, listen, this is how we celebrated 420.
Right, this is really cathartic to me. Like, at first I'm like, cut this crap, like I cannot do it. And now I'm like, with you guys on this panel and all the members here inside chat, you guys are actually like, you guys have like completely turned my day around, and I'm not even kidding. Thank you to everyone, all of you guys here.
See, that makes me feel good. That makes me feel good.
Yeah,
because
you made this happen for me.
I'm glad I could do that. Honestly, like I said, I'm trying to keep these things in a more positive perspective, because I started out, I it was crappy for me today, in a personal way, and
I'm sorry.
And then no, it's got nothing to do with that, and
no, still, I'm sorry if you're having a hard time.
No, I appreciate that, and I mean, it's definitely an age thing as I've gotten older, because I used to just sit and stew on a lot of stuff, like, oh, this is happening and I'm depressed and I'm, I just don't want to deal with people, and now I find myself just opening up more again, and I'm like, you know what? Maybe I've learned something over the years after taking a beating.
Learned to not let people live rent free in your head, like it's normal. Like, people like Chantal, sometimes I get a little sideways, and then I remember it's a stranger on the internet, and the universe is going to get its retribution, and so I just need to enjoy the entertainment and learn the lessons I can learn, man, because these people don't deserve to, ruin anybody's day.
Exactly. That's what it is. And at the end of the day, it's like I said before, it's like I have become protective of this community, that chat, just us as people, because we keep getting it and keep getting it. And it's like, there's no, listen, everybody has their own, how do I put this? Monty is his own entity. He can't sit up there all day long and defend and defend. So we have to do that for ourselves. You know what I'm saying?
Self-police.
Right. And I don't want to do it in a way where it's only going to bring us more negative exposure. And then it's like, oh, Monty, what kind of people are you putting up there? That kind of a thing.
Right. And more clicky. It does. We don't need this community to get smaller and more niche and more protective and more weird. I want it to grow. I want there to be more voices, more people, more energy. I really do. I don't want this to get smaller and clickier because we're getting more and more protective and weirder. That's not how I want the trajectory of his channel and this community to go, personally.
No, I agree. And we already have a Kiwi Farms that sits there and, cuts it up and says what they say. Everybody has their way of expressing themselves throughout all this, and some of us choose to be like, I get that part too. I do, believe me. But it's the other side of it that the reason you all go to the internet in the first place is to get away, is to, relax and, try to have fun.
Learn.
Yeah. And try to, exactly. That's another thing.
Yeah, and Chantal to me it's a teachable moment. The things she says, and you know what I mean, and like occasionally she'll say something, and I'll think, things, and it's been a hot minute, but occasionally she would say something that would make me stop and reflect on my beliefs. You know what I mean? And it's a chance to be entertained, be shocked, the horror of it, as well as learning. I mean, it's kind of an all-inclusive shit show.
Exactly. Decompression.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead of whatever weirdos.
Yeah.
All right, let's finish this massacre.
People who's been canceled off the platform for diagnosing people. So I don't go into that part. So I don't want to.
I'm going to join your channel, Gary Unfiltered, and the reason I was bringing it up is just because I want to make sure that I don't affect Monty's channel in a negative way. I have my own speculations, you know what I mean? I just want to make sure if Monty could give us like the actual, Monty, if you could tell us actually what you would prefer us to not say or how we should say it. Should we just say my opinion, not just speculating, but, say this is my opinion, or, what do you think, Monty?
I would just like to say one thing. I'm definitely not on here trying to tell anybody or Monty how to run their panel.
Oh, I didn't think that, Gary.
No, I just wanted to clear it up with Monty and anybody watching. And
yeah, Gary. Gary is really cool. I'd love him on panel.
Yeah, you are
time.
cool.
Yeah. Let me try and formulate something. This is why typically I don't talk in the sense of this person has X, Y, or Z, because it's just that fickle where it's what was that word, Gary, that you use? It's unethical to do that, even though you're given an opinion. But I understand that everybody has their opinion and everybody has the right to say what they want to say. So that is why for the most part I allow people to have the freedoms, as long as they're respectful, to say whatever they feel like saying and not think as if they're walking on eggshells. So let me formulate something, like Krista, in the next day or two, and hopefully we can have something formal, because I don't want people to think that this panel is packed with professionals. We're just a group of people just talking about how we feel. We're not talking about fact. It might overlap with fact, but it's more of how we feel. And that should be the understanding whenever we have a panel. Mary says, teach us the way of the rock solid patience, Monty Senpai. We need it to survive. Shantopolis, love you, Monty. Thanks for all you do. Thank you, Mary. Appreciate you.
Aw, nice, Mary.
Smooth like Chuckle, you're back.
Monty, how are you going to give us the formulation so that we're all aware to be respectful to you? And also, I was just wondering, is it only unethical for anyone that doesn't have a degree to say something, or is it only unethical if someone says, I have a, that they say, I have a degree? You know what I mean? Like,
if they have
what's
a
the
degree,
difference?
if you have a degree, it's totally unethical, and you can actually be kicked off of. You can lose your license if someone is licensed. It's unethical, and they can.
Yeah, that's why I was asking, because I noticed, some people
Chris
say
is trying to clear
I
it
have a
up
degree,
for Monty.
and then I thought, well, I'm confused. I
And they
don't
can
know what
also
to
have a
say.
degree but not have a license. So
yeah,
just because they have a degree doesn't mean they're licensed. Just like as you all have seen, like with the AJ person or whatnot, who was just a life coach. So
yeah,
there's
you know
just
what
a
though?
lot.
Different sites that I went on, some of them said she has some degrees. She didn't say she was licensed, but some of the websites I went on said she had a degree and some didn't. And I'm just freaking amazed. How does she make that many books? I think how many was it, Monty? Is it 6 or 9?
I can't even tell you, but she has a lot, is all I will say.
Yeah, and when I went on to Amazon, I only saw some that were available on audio. I didn't see any actual paperback or hard back books, to only the audio version.
Okay, Krista, I am gonna share my screen and maybe we'll wrap this up for the second time. But she posted what now might be about 10 minutes ago. She said this: hey guys, the internet is a bit too much for me right now. I'm going to block and keep certain jerks blocked for good. Also, the Nadir chapter of my life will never ever be spoken again online, no matter the outcome. Makes me think something happened. This is something very stressful and legal I am dealing with, and I will be keeping it all offline. Any mentions will be deleted and repeated comments will be blocked. Same for comments. I owe you nothing when it comes to my personal life. See you when I return. Okay?
Well, yeah, but the thing is, she says that all the time. And then she'll also take comments off where no one can comment. And then she'll say the same thing again. It's just like Groundhog's Day. And then she'll start talking about him again.
Very true. Very true. So I don't know what she means by this. Was she served with something? Is it I have no idea what that knock was about. Maybe it is
They had an argument.
Or Nader may have said something as well. Said, hey, quit talking about me negatively, because Nader is even bothered by reaction channels. So I think I think he's just a little wussy. I said wussy, not with a P.
He is bothered, of course, and they now have my information, which was the intent of striking my channel from his channel and whatnot. So you know how Foodie Beauty rolls. If you've watched Toad's documentary, then you know exactly this is the angle she always takes. She loves getting your information because then it's kind of like she's indirectly telling you better be quiet.
Well, when did that documentary go? Because I did see a
2 years
documentary
ago.
about 2 months ago.
His is from 2 years ago, so it's rather old. A lot of people have been asking for a part 2, but it does take so much time to go through so much. Do you know that Chantal during December was streaming up to like 12, 16 hours a day? Can you imagine taking your time going through 16 hours of footage? And that's per day she was doing that. It's incredible.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, but somebody needs to make a documentary of the last 6 months.
Yeah, you know,
They
just
are.
a recent documentary would be great. And
yeah.
I don't know if any of you guys follow Mr. Snowflake here on YouTube, but he does documentaries. He's done one about Amberlynn, and he's currently working on one about Chantal.
Okay.
Yeah, never heard about him.
I will look
No, I
forward to
didn't
it.
see that.
Yeah, sounds pretty good.
Oh,
guys,
Monty, I just wanted to say, I'm extremely grateful for all the time that you put into everything. And I know the community feels the same way. And I love that you made this, Monty After Dark panel. You put a lot of time and effort, and it's probably a little bit stressful. And, I've been on the panel I've been on panel before where I try to keep up with the chat, and it's like, well, how does Monty do it? I mean, I don't know how you do it.
I do my best. But
You're really good though. You're awesome.
well, thank you, La Krista. Thank you, everybody. Thumbs up for me. I'd appreciate it.
Nobody knows how Monty does it.
Yeah. All right, so I guess we're gonna maybe wrap this up for the second time.
Yeah. Hi, Stinky Meatball.
Oh,
Who's the cat?
I know. That's why I came on. I
That's
wanted
what
to
I
say
want to
hi
know.
formally to your
How
kitty.
cute.
I gotta stop talking when I'm muted. I was just saying, Stinky Meatball, just as a note. Very pretty, by the way. Very pretty. Okay, continue.
This is
Who's the
Midgie.
cat?
This is my baby boy.
Did you say Midgie?
Yeah, Midgie.
Oh
Oh,
my god.
I just love his
Hello.
face. I love his
can
little
we
face.
see the whole cat? Because I could see. Is Midgie gray and white?
Yeah.
I feel like he's a bit brown and grey and white. I don't know.
No, he's
Oh,
mostly gray and white.
Oh, he's so cute.
Oh, wait, is that the one that is looks like a tiger? Because Midgie looks like one of those tiger cats.
A Bengal.
Like a Bengal?
Yeah.
He's just
He's not a Bengal. He doesn't have like spots. He's like
he
a.
keeps
No, I
muting
didn't
my
mean
mic.
spots. I didn't mean spots. There is a particular cat that has stripes, and they look like a certain, like they're supposed to be really expensive, like $2,000. And Carly has 3 of them, so I wasn't sure if that's what kind of cat that was.
Who's Carly?
I have no
Carly
idea
Steele.
what kind of cat he is.
Yeah, I think
Carly
Carly
Steele.
has.
I think she's
Carly
got
Steele.
Bengals.
Mm-hmm.
Carly still collaborated with Foodie Beauty,
I think
about
she's
a
got
month ago.
Bengals, no?
Yes,
What'd you say?
she does.
Smooth,
Yeah, she's
like.
got Bengal cats.
Oh, is that what the cats are called? Is Bengal cats?
Yeah.
I could rant about animal breeding all day.
For sure.
Oh,
Oh
me
no,
too.
don't.
Those cats get plopped down in the shelter
Yeah,
by the
I
hundreds
have
every day. I have
no idea what he is. He's
No, you
he's a
know.
secondhand cat.
Yeah,
That's what mine
he's
are,
a.
Craigslist
I think
babies.
Oh, you mean that
in the
you'd
UK you
adopted
call
your
them
cat
like a
from someone else?
moggy.
Yeah, he
Like
was
a
actually
mongrel.
my
Yeah.
he was actually my sister-in-law's cat. But she had a baby and now she's having another baby and she just got her hands full. So I was like, let us take those babies. Like we can
Oh, I'll help you out.
Yeah.
My dog that you see on my profile whenever I'm not on here, because I don't know how to put a profile on, but his name is Leviticus, and he was my mom's. He was a service dog for her. She had Alzheimer's, and he was there for her. And then she passed away in 2019, and then I adopted him.
Oh, that's cute.
Very lucky animals.
Oh, Stinky, did you just show an animal?
Yeah.
Yeah, my cat.
There was a black and white cat that just ran
made
by.
an appearance. That's Willow.
Oh, can we see the cat?
Yeah, if I pick her up, you'll hear her go, eh.
Can we?
She talks.
Can we see Willow?
Here's Wee Wee.
Where is she?
She doesn't like being touched. She has
Oh, she loves. Oh, look at her.
Oh, is she like a young cat?
She's just really tiny. Honestly, okay. This is her mother.
Girl cats can be small.
When Willow was in the womb, her mommy was exposed to some harsh substances in the air, and I think that affected her growth. And
You're muted, caller.
I know,
because
I
the
know. I
video
did it again.
stopped, and so I knew it's like, eh, she's talking.
I said, does anyone notice when Monty looks like he's had enough? Like, is this going to end soon?
Yeah, it's
Like I said, it was concerning today, and I'm not, and just to throw it out there, but in chat, I'm not going to make a habit to rewatch Monty's panels and react. This was truly like a special, not a special occasion, but a unique situation that I wanted to review because I was part of it and it made me uncomfortable. How's that sound?
same. Yeah, this is us, like I
Yeah,
said,
no,
going back
same.
and watching again and being
Yeah.
able to reflect and see what was going on, maybe, and not in such a heated position, you know?
Yeah, it's like when when you get irritated, you don't pay attention. So it's like, was it that bad? What am I seeing? And so
Right.
this isn't going to be a habit forming, but sometimes when extraordinary situations present themselves, you do something about it by reviewing it so it doesn't happen again.
And this and by the way, y'all, my channel used to be a review channel. Maybe this is in a different way, but no, I mean, listen, when I do these things, it's not planned. It's all basically just, what I feel is indicative to express ourselves when we don't feel at the moment we can. And tonight was that exception. Like the other night I did play Monty, but it was because of the whole AJ thing, and I wanted to see what was happening, and I knew that it was going to get deleted. And things of that nature, I will definitely pull up. I'm not going to be like a Chantel review channel. I mean, not a Chantel react channel. I refuse to do that. Like, I will always credit the reaction channels. If I have to do that, I will always pull up their things, because we all come to the community to do that anyway. So but as far as reviewing things, I mean, this is definitely, it's a review channel, so why not?
Yeah, exactly. And this is a unique situation that we all found ourselves in unexplainably today.
Yeah, absolutely.
As a member of this community.
That member, you only said it 4 times.
Oh, I'm sorry, love. Let me say it 5 more. And insinuate it at least 3.75 times again that I'm a member.
Uh-oh, bad bitch Bonnie. I love you so much, Clark. I can't. Please don't change that name.
I'm a member.
But did you see the editing?
Yeah, it was brilliant. Did you see those troll videos?
Bloody brilliant.
It was those troll videos that were deleted. They were brilliant. I mean, the editing, and I'm like, brilliant and Chantal's editing are 2 things currently I would not put in the same sentence unless it was like ironically, or I was trying to state the opposite of the situation, like, I know she can edit and she's done some pretty funny stuff in the past, in the far past, but currently not so much.
The funniest part of that was the end with Sam. I will give her that.
Oh yeah,
that's the funniest part. Is like, can we just fire this bitch already? See, that was funny to me with the cat, because I'm one of those people that enjoys like those like comedic like perspectives from animals. So I can appreciate that. That I will give her credit for. Because you're funny, Clark. What did everyone have for dinner today? I actually had leftovers, and I had some Trader Joe's organic vegan or vegetable something, whatever they were. They're like little vegetable tots. They were pretty good, actually.
I ate continually all day, so I had no distinct meal sets, and nothing I ate what makes me particularly proud of my nutritional education. So yeah, it was. I've recently shoved down half a loaf of bread covered with really good European cream butter.
Oof, that sounds good.
Oh, it was good. Sourdough bread, Seattle sourdough.
No,
It's
I
good.
love sourdough bread too. Love that stuff. What about you, Miss Justice? Uh-oh. Did we lose Justice?
No, I'm here. I'm just
Okay.
muted. I was doing something. I haven't eaten.
What?
I just haven't eaten today.
Oh, yeah. I've had those days too.
Yeah, most of my days are like that.
Ooh,
I'll eat like
quesadillas.
toast at 5 in the morning or something.
And that's it?
Not kind of, yeah.
Do you want me to turn into the mom right now?
I have a good mom and dad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, intermittent fasting actually is not terrible, but just eating toast, you have to get your full nutritional requirements because you don't want your teeth to fall out or your hair.
I eat like shit. I eat like a 5-year-old. I'm a vegetarian, but I eat like a 5-year-old. You know, I'm like a vegetarian that eats like a 5-year-old, you know.
See, Greebo talks she talks my language because I intermittent fast every single day of my life.
Yeah.
I went from keto to now I'm like, anabolic and, and now it's all about gaining the muscle and all that stuff. But
yeah, I like intermittent fasting. I'm not hungry in the morning. And realistically, the fact Chantal already had people keep calling it male pattern baldness. No, it's female pattern baldness. It's a thing. And since it runs in her family, she could have shut this down at any point, but you add the female pattern baldness in there to the fact that she eats like crap, so you get the malnourishment in there, and a lot of extremely large women start to lose their hair. And so she literally did this to herself. She ate herself into being a 400+ pound bald unemployed jerk online. You know what I mean? And these are just things, and these are all things she's done to herself because she just, I don't know, just didn't care or think the rules don't apply to her. And then she, don't bald shame me, don't fat shame me, don't addict shame me. Well, these are all things that you could have changed at any point in your life. And so, and you've made a lot of money off of it by your own admission. I don't think you're making $20,000 a month. I think that was BS. I really think the $12,000 ish was the high point. I don't think she's going to make that again. Maybe she grossed more than that, but after this, these things are all things that she has done to herself. And now it's like, you can't comment on these things. Well, these were all things that could have been changed. And I feel that if you're monetizing this behavior, anybody has a right to comment on said behavior and the outcomes. I'm not here to say, bald shame. It's like, hey, it is what it is, get a wig, but I can comment on the behaviors that got you to this point. Just, I don't know, another tangent by Greebo at midnight. Sorry.
No, I totally get that. And to give her back a little bit of her Instagram quote there about if everyone, what a dull world it would be if everyone was sensible. Well, it's also a dull world if everybody became drones and just agreed with everything you ever did too.
Like her hug box.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like the hypocrisy. That's the funny thing. Like, I don't think she understands hypocrisy. But sensible is, of a statement or course of action chosen in accordance with wisdom or prudence, likely to be of benefit. But the opposite of that would be, insensible or unsensible. But it's like, so walking around and doing the opposite of something that is wise or prudent, likely to be of a benefit, means so you're going to actively go around and do things that are not beneficial, that are not wise. Do you see what I'm saying? And so people can be sensible as to the fact where they're benefiting the world with some wisdom or some prudence as to how your behavior is going to affect others, the information put out, but you can still be funny. Like, I consider myself a sensible individual, but I'm sorry, I'm funny as fuck sometimes. These two things are not mutually exclusive. She just wants an excuse to act terribly. You know, it's it and it, you know, like I heard it said, you know, mental health is not your fault, but it's also not an excuse. You know, it's your responsibility to deal with those same with the drug addiction. Sorry, Greebo's going on a rant again, but yeah, sensible and fun are not mutually exclusive. So that comment makes no sense. It's she's grasping at straws and she's looking for excuses, and yeah, stupid.
Righto. Sarah's answering comments. All right, let me finish this up because I know everybody is. It's been. I don't know how I do this. It's been 4 hours we've been here, but
10 minutes later.
Yep. 5 hours later.
Exactly.
And
I know.
brain.
Or as we call it in
There's
the
this
Chantal verse, half of a foodie beauty live stream.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's highly possible, Sunshine Granny, because the way how her wording is talking about legal stuff now, she most likely did get served for something.
Yeah. And remember, Monty, how long ago was it in the tweet that Gatineau police actually responded to someone else's tweet saying that they're going to look into it?
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, and they
And
responded
then
again
you-
to Mo Translates like a couple days ago.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Right. And so then as soon as she comes live, imagine if people are calling, you know, or doing something, they could come
Oh,
straight
do
to
you
the
remember
door.
you guys,
You never know.
Monty posted a video just recently showing the hilarious tweet where Foodie Beauty was contacting Burger King?
What?
And Burger King responded. You could say it, Monty.
I don't know. I think they said someone's eager, something along those lines.
It was hilarious, though, that they actually responded.
Well, that sent off a chain of unfortunate events because then everybody started like replying to that thread with a lot of imagery that might have.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, yeah, everybody was going ham, or should I say chicken? Yeah, yeah. Well, on that
Oh, I'm
thread,
gonna have to go check that out.
yeah, it was.
Oh, that's terrible.
It was not a good look for her, but you know, she did it. They responded, and it happened. But let's wrap up. Chick, did you want to say something again for the second time?
I guess thanks for letting me be here again.
Yeah, you're welcome again. That I'm Chick Stinky.
Thanks. We're chilling. Everyone's a great time. Yeah, glad we can come together and
beautiful.
kind of,
wow.
I don't know, provide
I said that before. Of
Yeah,
course,
I
was
heard it, but I
muted.
wasn't looking. I was doing something, and I just went back and I'm like, holy crud, look at
Right?
her, dude.
She's pretty.
Yeah.
a nice environment to kind of distract from what's going on in the world right now. I shouldn't say distract, but it's just a break we all deserve. And this is a nice environment. Everyone's entitled to just like sit back and have a laugh every once in a while.
Thank you, Stinky. Appreciate you.
Oh my God, I forgot about that. Danny, happy birthday to you. I know it's past your birthday, but I totally forgot and I wasn't in your chat today. But happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Danny.
Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy
birthday, dear
Danny.
Happy birthday to you.
Can you tell it's late?
I can't.
That was gorgeous. I mean, that's called Grammy winning content.
Clark Bannis now. Hurry up.
Move over Tony Bennett.
Exactly.
Right?
Get Clark, get rid of us.
Lady Gaga who?
Lady Gaga, eat your heart out, baby.
Exactly. You're welcome.
You, La Krista.
Oh yeah. This is my second time on panel, and I'm just a little bit worried that maybe I'm talking too much, and that's my first concern. I don't want to talk over people, so I get a little bit worried about that.
We love you, La Krista.
No, so far you've been good, LaCrista. So I
Okay.
appreciate you.
Okay. Just wanted to reiterate that I love how Monty has this community for us. He's extremely patient and he's extremely giving. And I also wanted to mention that I love how Monty, like if you go onto his community posts, he, and even on his, he'll comment on the lives and he'll share different creators. And that is extremely giving for him to actually, share other people's lives. And then also, channels. And then also, he also shares the one that helps him with his, those, what do you call it? The picture that you have when you're going to have a chance. The picture when you're going to make a video.
The thumbnail.
The thumbnail. So I just think it's extremely kind of you, Monty, to be so gracious and giving to all these different creators. You're not a selfish person. You're extremely giving. And I love that about you. And that's all I have to say.
All right. Thanks, LaCrista. Smooth like charcoal.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Monty.
Damn, Monty.
And thanks
over
for
it, dude.
welcoming
Damn.
me, everybody else.
No problem.
I'll leave
Thank
that.
you
Yeah,
so
thank you.
much, everybody. Have a good one. Bye-bye. See ya.
All right.
Bye-bye.
We are
did it.
done.
We survived a
We
second round.
survived a second round.
Holy
So that was the series of unfortunate chats.
The panel from, yeah, a series of unfortunate events.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah.
I'm actually going to change the title to that probably because it's very fitting. I keep thinking, I'm like, what can I change this panel name to?
And I guess this could just be this. I don't feel this is just three gossipy petty women sitting up here. I think this is a prime example on how you want to be open and communicative with your community, but you have to also be very careful of the message and the things because it's so easy to make it a non-discussion with just, and it only takes like the one super troll, if that makes sense. Like, and I'm not for ever censoring people, but it was just I really don't ever have a problem saying what I think, and I just felt very off about the situation. I guess I'll just leave it at that. That's why we're here having a debriefing after an incident where you're like, wow, how did this get so sideways in my mind? Is it just me? And I love this community and I don't want to see channels get taken down, etc., etc.
And Greebo, I'm going to pull a Monty and I'm going to say, can you recap what happened for Erie?
Oh Lord. In our chat in this stream.
Well, yeah.
Or
yeah. Why we were talking about why we.
Oh, so we were talking about there was a panel member that it just felt really off. They kept interrupting other people. They kept pointing out how they were a paying member on Chantal's channel. They wanted to talk about her brilliant editing, and it just felt like I didn't understand. And I don't think anybody understood. It's like they hadn't watched her videos. They weren't even familiar with Monty's videos. They told Monty, oh, you should make a video about X. Monty literally had that video up on his channel. So this is a person that obviously is new to Chantal, is a paying member, thinks she's brilliant at editing, hadn't even watched the video we were discussing, and she kept interrupting and speaking over the top of people, and all she wanted to discuss is that she was a paying member of Chantal's channel, and she's her brilliant editing, and it just got really awkward. And then from there, tried to end the panel, and then the panel just took a really hard left, and we all just kind of left feeling weird. Like, the point is like some of the conversation got just a tiny bit petty, and we were just discussing on how the fact that Monty's channel is under a microscope right now because McStabby and crew are false flagging him and stuff, and that us as chat and as panel members, how we don't want to do anything that could give somebody a video clip of people on panel saying things that are petty and bullying. Does that make sense? And then so we've literally just rewatched the entire video, or a portion of it, because what happened is those of us that sat on the panel and were involved with chat were kind of so turned off, we didn't even actually finish watching what all happened. So we were just kind of, reviewing the plays to see what could be done better, how can we be better human beings, and how do we forward this conversation while remaining monetizable for Monty and entertaining to the chat. Does that sound like a good recap?
That's perfect, actually. I couldn't have said it better myself. And most of it was probably right before you got there, Erie. And, when you and Gary popped on, by that time, I had my fill of it. And, I was talking to Greebo, talking to Justice, and, then I was like, I'm going to fire up a live and, just have some open conversation about it. We weren't here to bash or crash anybody or anything of that nature.
And we did say this is not going to be a common thing. We're not going to recap every panel and critique every single time. It's like literally sometimes it's just when you walk away with a bad taste and there are a huge portion of the community, it feels like, also has the same feeling. Sometimes it's good to look at behaviors as a whole and decide, we as a community, even if this is a small community here, how we want to behave and how we want to portray ourselves and what we do and don't want to participate in. And like, I don't foresee this happening again, or God forbid, hopefully it is another 4 or 5 months down the road of very productive lives,
Exactly. Why is Collie Bonnie? Justice, would you like to explain that?
Wait, who asked the question?
Danny's asking, why am I Bonnie?
God, if you know, you know. If you don't, get the out of this chat. No, I'm kidding. So really, long story short, we were reviewing a video from Tiger Talks, that crazy woman. Not crazy.
Lord.
That's a mean thing to say. That's a woman who seems kind of off and maybe playing it up too. She
is unhinged.
Politically
correct.
There we go. She was talking about it just in a random rant when she was talking about Monty channel and other channels. She randomly brought up her ex-friend or coworker Bonnie, and she was like, "God, listening to the panel is like listening to my old friend Bonnie. She would just talk on and on. She'd talk about life, about her dog. Who wants to hear that?" And all of us were like, "Well, what? Wait, first of all, we do. Second of all, why are you coming on Bonnie?" And we're like, "Free Bonnie, we love you, Bonnie." And then it morphed into everyone's Bonnie, and now Collie's Bonnie. So everyone is Bonnie and no one's Bonnie. I'm Spartacus, she's Spartacus.
Yeah, well, except for then there's the whole member. I'm a paying member of Chantal's channel. She's brilliant.
Yeah.
We covered a lot of ground tonight.
Yeah. I'm very, again, I keep repeating myself, but I'm very grateful for this community to be able to do these things and to invite, you guys over here, and you can always feel like, if you ever want to discuss something that we as a community don't get to discuss on, the other channels, or, because of time, or just, the way the day is going, you can always come here. It's completely fine.
And it's like I brought up the fact that Collie and we tend to kind of come at things from different directions, but that should tell you how extreme the situation was, that we're both like, dang. And Collie's actually telling me, like, it's good, it's fine. And I'm like, I gotta go. And she's like, don't go, because I'm just sitting there stewing in my own juice.
I'm literally like, you do not leave me. You cannot leave me. Where are you going?
And I'm like, bye. It was, so.
Greebo and I sometimes have opposing opinions, but I respect a lot of what she says, and a lot of it I agree with her 95% of the time. Maybe there's that small percentage that we don't.
Yeah.
Thank you, holy moly. Every time I see holy moly, I'm like, people used to call me holy moly Coley. Another thing, people screwed up my name with holy moly Coley. I'm like, what? Okay.
That's funny.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So yeah, guys, that was it. That was all of the today's loveliness. In addition to Miss Chantel's very quick departure from her live after the infamous on the door.
I've got my fingers crossed. I just so wish it was the CRA, the Canadian Revenue Authority, showing up and being like, eh. But I know that's not how they operate. They don't come bang on your door and serve you. They just freeze your banking account. But a girl can hope.
Yeah, pretty much. You're waiting for me to put back, change it back. No, for tonight, I will be Bonnie, damn it. And I'm saying we're going to be spreading all the Bonnie energy. Bonnie was wrongly just spoken of, and we need to bring back the good Bonnie energy. So,
the love of Bonnie.
For the love of Bonnie. I'm telling you, we're going to come into these chats. They're going to be like, what is this Bonnie talk? What is going on?
It's one of those don't ask, don't tell things. Like, you weren't here. We can't talk about it. You wouldn't understand.
Exactly. Oh, I like that. I like that. Holy moly. Knock, knock. Who's there? Accountability. Love of Bonnie. That's it. I should put that in parentheses, and it would be funny to only 27 people that were in here.
That's all it needs to be funny too.
Exactly. Like, what is she talking about? Who's this Bonnie?
We survived this day. We survived this panel. Like, I know that's really extreme and ridiculous. I'm being silly, but I do feel like I survived this day, this panel, this day with this community, not just by myself, but like this was a day I feel like for a lot of us, a lot of people weren't affected, and it didn't seem like any other kind of day. It did seem like every other kind of day, but for some of us, it was kind of a little bit pivotal, and I feel like we all kind of came through this. Me, you, Greebo, call it, like all of us who were kind of like up there with Monty, and as a mod, we are both me and you, Greebo, and a mod in a lot of the same places, and I feel like we did kind of come out of the other end of this day. Like, I truly feel like that.
Right. That's definitely, the whole what I hoped for when I started this is that we don't make it sound like we're being bitter and nasty and like, oh, we don't like this person. There's just, the energy is different. That's what I'm trying to say.
We're just talking about generalized behaviors and things you do and don't want to say when you represent a channel, and how to keep a conversation flowing. And like, I have been and just how not to be an asshole, and how to be open-minded, and I don't know, just, add to the flavor and the fun. So.
Yes. And with that, we come to the close of this wonderful stream. So thank you, Greebo, very much for being here. I appreciate everything you had to say. You did very well.
Did I behave? Do I get a cookie?
Yes, you get more than a cookie. You get a membership.
A member.
And maybe we won't ban you for today, but
I'll be a brilliant member.
Exactly.
7.5 times member.
By the way, did you catch Chantal's live? I can't.
It was brilliant. Oi.
Thank you guys in the chat. As always, you guys are awesome.
I love you, chat.
Of course.
I really love you, chat, so much, dude. Like, some of my faves in here. I know I'm not supposed to have faves, but some of my faves were in here, and it made it so much easier. And like, I'm like, oh, look at all these are like all my favorite people. And like, oh my God, it's so nice.
Just so you know, y'all, you're all banned.
and the other thing is, I just want to say, F you all, you're all banned. Get the fuck out of here and don't come back. Until you have a membership.
Exactly.
And thank you, Collie.
Of course.
And Greebo, really. I really want to say thank you to both of you. Thank you for this platform, Collie, to let us do this.
Very
and like,
welcome.
I was just spoke and said stuff I wanted to say, and like, you were just like, yeah, just say it, just do it, And I
Yeah.
appreciate that so much.
All good in the hood. I'm very happy to be able to do this. I'm ecstatic about you guys being here and getting along and having really good conversations, and hope we get to do it again because you're all members now,
Member.
and I
Long-time
charge
member.
more than FFG does. Sorry.
Right.
I charge -0, so sorry.
Right.
Sorry.
It's like let me double my membership. So 0 times carry that. Yep, still 0.
Yeah. So y'all need to, just remember that next time you come in, if you want to be a member, save your pennies. All right, y'all. Good night. I will see y'all soon.